Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Streaming Saturday. I'm your host, VM Campos. Welcome to another Saturday of streaming some Magic Arena and more. How's everyone doing? I see people starting to congregate there in the chat. Thank you for coming to visit. Twitch seems a little weird. Again, let me just mention something here. If you're on Twitch, come to YouTube. So I'm not sure if that's fully being visible exactly on. I'm not sure if that is being shown properly visibly on Twitch on my dashboard. Twitch looks horrible, but maybe it will get fixed up in just a moment. But if we're over here on YouTube, everything's good, I think. So let's confirm the web cameras. So we've got the amazing cam, seems to be working just fine. Actually, I think my color is slightly off. Let me just try to fix one quick thing here. Configure video and adjust right here. I think the brightness is a little high. It's a little better right there. Okay, we'll do that. And then over on the game. Yep, game cam looks pretty good. Everything looks good there. Oops, I forgot to change my schedule. I'm going to change that in just one moment. Full screen cam looks pretty good as well. Okay. Web browser cam is right there. If we want to go over to the web browser. And then the card cam is also good there. And whoops, I revealed something, but we'll get to that in a moment. So I think all the cameras are working good so far. Hey there, Squid of Time, how are you doing? Thanks for coming to stop by. Just checking that all my cameras are working fine. They seem to be fine. And we're over here on the game. So I forgot to change my schedule over here. I swear I know what I'm doing, but let me fix that right now. Schedule. Okay, so we're going to first gold digging. We're going to do a little bit of gold digging, then we're going to do a crack-a-pack. I have a real-life crack-a-pack of Kaldheim, and I'm going to open up in just a moment. After that, there's no tournament going on this time, so we're going to do the Kaldheim draft. And we've got another crack-a-pack, and we will do brawl after that. Yeah, that's what the schedule's supposed to be like, so there we go. That's what we've got. And let's move this better over here. I need to make like a cool graphic that shows the schedule, not just text, but we can live with that. So, okay, well, thanks everyone for coming to the stream. We've got some gold digging to do. I've got a couple of daily quests to complete to get that gold. Gold lets me play in the drafts, and we all love drafts. So, let's see if we can spin the wheel here for a better challenge. Spin it to win it. Nope, same one. Okay. So, hey Stevie, how are you doing? And everyone there, thanks for coming. Okay, so we've got the 750 challenge of white or blue spells, and then blue or green spells. Okay, that'll be easy. I have a mono blue deck that will do its thing quickly, so that's what I'll do. Let's see what the deals of the day are. Any good stonks to buy? Oh yeah, there is actually. There's the. I guess I already bought this one. No, I haven't bought this one yet. I don't have the Demir sleeve. I need to rectify that right now. Give me that Demir sleeve. Cool. So when I battle my opponent with my Demir powers, they will quake at that. When you see that logo, what do you see? So on that design of the Demir logo, what are the aspects that you see? This is like a like the Rorschach test in psychology. So what do you see when you see this this logo? You're keeping your daily grind of learning Python and then JavaScript. Background for taking a class 2 years ago is pretty similar. Yeah, object-oriented programming languages often deal with those concepts, right? Objects, properties, values, methods, and so forth. Those are all the common concepts on modern coding. So what I see here is a really evil-looking olive that is going to come into your nightmares. Okay, so let's do the gold digging. I've got a mono blue deck. I need to change this. This is Jace's seafood salad deck, because it's Jace and a bunch of sea creatures. So Squid, you might like this one actually here, because it's all of the funnest creatures in standard at the moment. You might find one or two that might be fun. Hey James, how are you doing? You're a rad bachelor on the Discord. Ooh, welcome. Thanks so much for coming to hang out. I'm just starting up the game. Ooh, everyone loves playing that commander, so let's see what we can do. Verazal does a lot of fun stuff. I can into the roil it back to them to really mess with them, so that's what I'll do. Okay, so I'm just playing this mono blue deck here. To get today's gold, I've got 2 challenges that could get me some gold. So let's go for it. They will probably greedily cast Verazal right away, so let's set ourselves up with an Into the Royal to bounce it back. People always want to bring out that Verazal right away because they think, oh, never mind, because they think that, the opponent will just kill it and I can bring it back with more counters and it'll be better than ever. Strike me down and I will become more powerful than you can ever imagine, or whatever the quote was. So, yeah, YouTube, Twitch is still looking really weird, even though Twitch says my bitrate is amazing. Twitch says, okay. Anyway, so that's gonna get bigger and bigger every time they draw a card. Not a big deal. We'll bring in a blocker. Yeah, let's bring in a blocker so that we can scry. This octopus will let us see the future somehow. We'll grab that, sure. That gets big. Let's see if they draw any more cards to overpower my octopus. I like that Coatl a lot. It's a snake. Gets bigger every time they draw a card. Hopefully they don't have any more card to draw. Twitch has been odd today. Been giving... Oh man, that's going to draw them a card. Give me a Twitch friend some oddities on bit rates. Yeah. Twitch is owned by... Twitch is owned by Amazon, and I'm surprised that they don't have their high-tech servers doing stuff. Oops, no attacks, eh? Interesting. So they probably have a counterspell right there. We have 4 + 5. I guess I'm going to go for it because it's not a big stakes. Yep, there we go. There's their disdain. Yeah, Twitch is owned by Amazon. They bought them a few years ago for a few $1 billion. Mystic Reflection. So that's kind of interesting that they turned my Planeswalker into a creature, but okay, I guess I can live with that. So I've never seen anyone cast that card, except for myself, in Commander. But here someone used it. So they turned my Commander into a creature, which I guess is fine. That's 5 mana right there. Do some of that. Double octopus attacks. Thought they were owned by Comcast. No, they are. they are owned by Amazon. But that's a good point about the consolidation of media empires. I saw an interesting statistic about how back in the 80s and stuff, there were lots and lots and lots of different companies that controlled things. But then now it's just one company. I mean, not one, but now it's less companies that control things. Everything's getting just like really funneled into like 6 powerful global companies. And that was a sort of a warning about things in the future, which is coming true. Yeah, monopolies, exactly. And not the fun ones that you can play with your friends and family. But the big ones that disrupt the world. Throne of Makindi. What is this one? Put a charge counter, remove charge counters, add 2 manas. Fine. Search of Greatness, that lets you play stuff for free, but they're out of cards. So what do we want to do here? I can draw a bunch of cards. I can put everything to sleep. Yeah, let's put everything to sleep for the moment. And then tap all of their creatures right there. Do they have one final counterspell? No, don't think so. There we go. And draw some cards off of that. And we've got that Midnight Clock. Polar Kraken. So they have 1, 2. Okay, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they have plenty of to tap me out with their maze. But instead, they're going to put a charge counter and take 6 damage. Sure. That'll let them play something for free. And they scried off of that. So one of the things I want to do today, in addition to doing some gameplay, like I said, I want to open up some packs, some real-life packs of Kaldheim. But what I also want to do is... I've got some comics that I want to show off on the stream. Yeah, so this opponent's definitely going to be annoying with their kicked spells. Still have 3 whole mana off of that. The snow lands are very good, and nowadays it's almost like you don't even need basic lands anymore because the snow lands are so good if you also synergize with them. If you synergize with them, which is not too hard to do. Alright, so they probably won't block this, and they'll keep getting... Yep, they're only down to 11. Okay, so they definitely want to draw stuff. Keep charging. That's not really going to do too much, is it? Remove 1 charge counter, add 2 mana of any color, spend this only to cast kick spells. So what they want to definitely do is get a bunch of kicked spells. Not enough to bring Uro back. 2 cards in hand. My particular hand's not that strong. I guess what I could do, once I draw my card, I can tap out one of their creatures. Overflowing Insight will let me tap more stuff. Let's see if they have anything good. Okay, they got a Primal Might. Sure. I guess you can do that. You're surprised how quickly you're retaining your Python knowledge. That's a big attack, but I don't know, they're tapped out, so what else are they going to do here? I know what they're going to tap me out with their... Do they have enough for that? I'm sure they do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they have enough to tap me out, so... Let's do other stuff here. So the memory of my class. That's good that keeps... Yeah, their In Search of Greatness has not been working out for them at all. In theory, In Search of Greatness is supposed to do great things, but so far hasn't done too much. I guess because the CMC of their stuff isn't that amazing. Okay, what are they going to do here? They're going to kick something pretty well, I bet. Let's see. Mutate onto the Parcel Beast again. Yep, go get a land. And they want to keep still 5 mana to tap me, which shouldn't be too hard. Okay, actually that's going to tap them out. And they're attacking one in the air. Fine. If you don't attack with that, you'll be able to use your Scophos. Actually, you won't. Okay, so... So, let's go for it, and if they block my 4/3, I can just resummon my commander. Oh, they still have enough for that, huh? I thought they would have... Okay, let's draw a bunch of cards right here. Cool. I guess 3 gives me 1, 2 gives me 2. I guess we'll do the... Oh, actually, we need a blocker, right? Because that's 4, 5... That would be lethal. Okay, well, I need a blocker, but I don't have... I'm dead right here. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I'm dead. Okay. The, very close. So, just trying to get to today's dailies. They did manage to accumulate a lot of mana, so then that's why they messed up my plan with their... I could have sworn the Labyrinth needed 5. Now I know, I was thinking of the wheel, the spinning wheel. That one needs 5 to tap the opponent's creature, but with the Labyrinth it only needs 4, I guess. So... Okay, as that game loads up... Oh, well, I'll ask the question of the day in a bit. Yeah, people love playing this one too. I kind of have been seeing that people are playing the same commanders over and over. I see people play this one over and over. They just love to bring stuff back from the graveyard with that, and I feel like the play pattern is over and over the same sort of thing. Let's see here if they're gonna mulligan into their turn 1 cleric that dies, and when it comes back as a 5/5, and they're gonna have village rites as well to sacrifice it and draw a card off of it. So I kind of see the same play pattern over and over with this. I guess that's slightly different. Sometimes I see people do... Actually, I haven't really seen Shadow Spear in this deck, I think, but what I often see is turn 1, that one cleric. You wanted to learn Sequel. Okay, I see that one a lot too. That deck's kind of a common deck. People like to play it easily. Udemy. When did you start that 100-day coding challenge, and how far are you into it now? Yeah, this deck's going to be annoying. Well, they're already kind of spending their whole hand, so I guess we can survive. They mulliganed pretty aggressively. And if I bring out that Sea Dasher that Sea Dasher won't be able to block their priest. They're going to have their 4th mana and summon their commander. It'll make that priest bigger. I need Cherix, but then Cherix is going to easily die. Okay. They didn't equip. Okay. Well, let's distract them for a moment with double planeswalkers. You started it last week and you're into day 7. Playing a handman type game. So does that use array? Does that use an array to store the words you need to guess? Or is there some sort of other object that they have you use to store that? Oh yes, I was about to answer here that SQL is another type of... it is a language to interface... Well, SQL is Structured Query Language. That's what it stands for. And it's for... interfacing with SQL databases. Hey there, Rosla, how are you doing? We were just talking about databases, SQL specifically. So yeah, SQL's been around a long time, and it's used to connect to databases, to query a database, structured query language. So it connects to a database. I mean, it's the language you use to talk to a database, basically. Okay. This guy, are they going to attack me or my planeswalker? If they attack me, that Gorger will get bigger, but if they attack the planeswalker, the Gorger will not get bigger, so that'll be fine. And next is when I can bring out Cherix. Let's see if they have their... I'm sure they've got a kill spell, but... Let's see what we get here. So I can flash mutate that, but I don't think that's really going to do anything useful. So let's see. Let's see if the last card that they were holding on to was Murder or whatever, because they haven't been removing any of my creatures. And I've got a 0/17 legendary. What is it again? A Leviathan Crab. With the flavor text. Zendikar seas are deeper than anyone can fathom. Oh my god, that is like the worst sort of pun. Did Mark Rosewater write that flavor text himself? Let's see if the opponent passes their no, they didn't. They didn't pass their weapon onto their flyer, their equipment. Whoops. They should have done that. Oh, coming at me. Fine. Yep, just take a block off of that. The Gorger will take a damage. The Hallowed Priest. Yeah, as soon as you gain life, it gets bigger and bigger. This whole deck is broken. I've been seeing this deck a lot. The Aura deck. It's very easy to build because okay, when you do damage, you gain life off of that. When a creature comes in, you gain life off of that. I mean, when you gain life, it gets +1. When a creature comes in, automatically you gain life off of that. So it's like a very basic kind of deck. It works, but it's pretty annoying. Alright, so as for myself, what I'm going to do here is do another Scry. They're annoying my Planeswalker. They're avoiding my Planeswalker, so that's fine. I'll just keep Scrying. And Scry into something good eventually. So, I need 3 mana in total. I have 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, cool. So I'll do the Nadir Kraken so that I can keep building it up. Then I'll have mana left over. If they don't read my card, I will switch Cherix over to be an attacker. They don't realize that they need to pass for their equipment. Okay, so they're looking at it. Looking at that Kraken. Have they drawn any removal yet? While the opponent thinks, okay, here's the question of the day. Let's look at the big book of questions. And for today, oh, there we go. Just like I would have predicted. resolve that. I guess they feel like, yeah, I don't need to kill your 017 because it's got 0 power. But yeah, don't read the rest of it. And then let's see what happens. Okay, let's see if they only attack in the air. Yeah, they're only attacking in the air. Fine. Nope. Okay, I guess they're falling for it. Let's see here. They have 1 card in hand. I doubt it's anything good. Let's see what happens. So, I didn't even do the math on that, so that's not going to be that helpful. Rosala, thank you so much for that super chat right there. I believe I can do something cool here. I thought there was a way for me to make that highlight in a real cool way, but thanks so much for the super chat. Oh, there we go. There it is, flying around. It's supposed to play a sound actually, but totally appreciate that. So I should have done the math on this. I thought if I had kept, yeah, the opponent doesn't know how to play their thing. Okay, so that flyer is there. Drawing me an Octo Prophet. Let's bring this in here. Hey, Toxic. The deck that I'm currently playing, I call it Jace's Seafood Salad. It's a brawl deck. It's got all of the creatures of the sea, Jace commanding them. It's a mono blue brawl deck. And I'm just trying to get today's... Ooh, that Serpent of the Yawning Depths will make all my fishies unblockable, so I want that. So I'm just doing the brawl challenge. I mean the daily challenges to get my gold at the moment. I'm currently under the gold digging part of the schedule, as you can see right there. I've been really into brawl recently. I'm getting burnt out by standard, so I'm playing a lot of brawl. And right now I'm playing this mono blue right off my own brain brawl deck with Jace commanding. He's the Lord of the Sea, basically. He's got all of these, like this one here, the Serpent of the Yawning, the Serpent of the Yawning Depths. 6 mana, it's a 6/6, it's a serpent, and then it makes all my Krakens, Leviathans, Octopuses, and Serpenties unblockable. And guess what? My deck is full of Krakens, Leviathans, Octopus, and Serpents, so that's her. I don't have any more codes to redeem at the moment, unfortunately, so Wizards of the Coast has not given me any more, so there might not be any more to redeem at the moment. They are... Actually, let me triple check that, because in the last few weeks they hadn't re-upped those for us. But yeah, checking right now, there aren't any at the moment. So I might not have any more of those rewards to redeem. You can try, but they might be gone. Oh, I forgot to see this over here. You received your update on your Bob Ross Secret Layers arriving in 8 to 10 weeks. Very cool. Are you going to put them in a cool, like, frame and put them on the wall? Or are you going to put them in a deck? You know, what cool thing are you going to do with those Bob Ross lands? Yep. So the opponent still wants to take out my Planeswalker very badly. I guess they're looking at that as a 3/3. And that's coming in the air. Sure. Just wait till I get my spell to lock down your flyer. Okay, so if we do some quick math, 5 plus 3 seems to be 8. Actually, 6 plus 3 seems to be 9. So that's a thing that could be done. Double blocking. So can I finally get rid of that Hollowed Priest? I guess they have one final card in hand. Nope, your Shadow Spear is not going to help you do anything. There we go. And then there's nothing in the graveyard to bring back, so then the aura doesn't get anything done either. So, yep, there you go. Okay, so while the opponent thinks for 1,000 years, here is the question of the day. Today on February 27th. Here's the question of the day. So some of these are interesting. Here's the question of the day. Are you the original or the remix? And why? That's such a weird question. Are you the original or the remix? That doesn't even make sense. Everyone wants to say, I'm the original. I don't know, I guess that's just my own personality about, like, there isn't really anything positive to say about I'm a remix. I guess just that's what, to me, sounds like that it is not the most positive thing. But that's just my own, yeah, exactly. Kind of a silly question, but that's just my own bias. Okay, can we opt into like a lockdown spell? I've got plenty in my... can you play the green deck if I... can you play the green deck if... Can I play... Oh, that's what I need exactly. Give me that. Okay, so yeah, I think I can play a green deck in one moment. My mono green deck, perhaps. Let me just count my math here. 3, 4, 5. Okay, should be good here. So, here's the greatest anime betrayal right here. They're going to attack with that flyer. And I'm going to bounce it back to their hand and draw a card. You're a remix because you died in the hospital and you were 9 years old. What? And then you were alive again. Really, you were in the coma for 28 days and you woke again. You considered your second life. I think I might have remembered that we might have talked about that at one point, but yeah, that was that's you're the 2.0. Whoops, this is getting bounced back. So in that case, I think that the remix does make a lot of sense in your case, whereas there we go. So that vampire that was really built up to be really strong is now back to a chump 1/1. Okay. Re-equip it, sure. Oh, and I got another one of these. Tap those two. Okay. Let's keep seeing the future. So now that my Planeswalker's here, all the attention is being sent to the Planeswalker. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do I have 9? 7, 8, 9, 10. I do have 10. Okay, so let's bring out a big scary 6/6. Here, the 2.0. Speaking of Second Life, that was one of the original. I don't know how original, but that was one of the big games. Remember that? Everyone remember that game, Second Life? That was that game where you could. It was like The Sims, but network connected and such. You've died a few times during surgeries that survived in the past, so I guess you could call that a remaster as well. Oops, let me hold on one moment. Let me tap these. Yeah, Stevie, you've also had a lot of adventures in the hospital, as I recall. Alright, so right here, Charix is gonna do... Charix is gonna do some stuff. So it was a 0-14, but now it's an 8-9. They have 54 life, but obviously I can take care of it eventually. And they haven't used any of the removal yet. Oh, there we go. That's some removal. And now I know that they have one of those. Yeah, this opponent, they don't know that they have to keep passing every time they want to pass. Ah, that is pretty cool. I just need to reply. I need to reply to my friend here. Alright, so let's scry into something good. No, I meant scry into something good. Draw 3, discard. I can flash in a blocker. That won't really help too much. Yeah, that might my Zelda ringtone. Ooh, okay. I like that card, but I don't have enough for it just yet. So I just need to survive a little bit longer, and then I can survive still because that's going to come in tapped. So, okay, play that land, and then I can flash in. I can flash in my octopus. I can flash in the octopus when they get cocky and attack with that giant killer, but maybe they probably won't attack with it. Let's see if they pass the Shadow Spear over to that giant killer. What is the opponent trying to do? Okay. I'll probably just flash this in already. Now, actually, let's see what's going on with... Nah. Yeah, let's flash this in. Just so that I have more attackers and so forth. Yeah, 48 health is a lot, but my deck is full of like huge creatures, so hopefully that will... Speaking of huge creatures, how about an 8/8 hexproof that is unblockable? Plus, when this saga reaches its 3rd level, I'm going to steal their commander to really rub it in. For the moment, I am also going to bring in a huge... Oh, I can't bring that one in yet. Okay, how much do I have here? I only have 4. Let's just throw that in there. My serpent is unblockable, right? Krakens, Leviathans, Octopus, and serpents cannot be blocked, so... I'm gonna come back from this in a couple of ways. As long as I can get one more lockdown spell and lock down their flyer, then I will stop getting damaged in the air. And they're not going to block when I attack here, so I'm about to do 9 damage to them. Well, I guess I shouldn't. They're going to untap, so then I don't think they're going to attack with their 3/3. So if they attack with 3, yeah, I'll just go for it, just for some shock and awe, because I've got these huge creatures coming to attack. Like that. Unblockable, that draws me a card. They're probably also going to ignore me and attack my Planeswalker, because the Planeswalker is so scary, even though this chase doesn't really do anything except dirtle around. And then the giant killer's like, yeah, I can tap down your creature. So that'll just cost them a... That will cost them a blocker. And their giant killer cannot target my my Kraken, so they're probably just going to attack in the air. It would be smarter to attack me, but they'll probably, yeah, they're going to attack me. That's fine, because that'll make their Gorger larger and gain back a little life. If Aura attacks, they would get back from the graveyard that Priest, which I don't like, but yeah, they're not going to just yet. My deck looks boring. That's the best kind of decks to play, to grind your opponent into the ground. I'm sure you meet the opponents, right? So yes, the opponent doesn't quite know how to play their deck or something. I don't know, because they keep playing things very slowly. But anyway, on my turn, I'm about to tap everything because of my Saga. And oh, there's, see, that's exactly what I needed right there. I needed that Water Knot, because that flyer, which is annoying me, is going to... So the Giant Killer wants to tap my 6/6. So they're looking at it. Yep, tap my 6/6. Do not care. Then... Come on, opponent! Okay, then I will lock down their flyer, so that's completely neutralized. I can attack for 10 damage here, but then I won't have any blockers. Let's bring in another scary sea creature in just a moment. Let's draw off of Jace. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yep, that'll be fine. Okay, so if I pay 7, that's 4, 5, 4, 5. Now let's bring out this. Let's bring out this Waker to bring in a scary 7/7. And both decks are boring. So I'm going to bring out my 7/7, which weakens all their creatures. I will attack with my Octopus, which draws me a card. Ooh, Omen of the Seas. I can play that. See, this is why this deck is like 10 levels deep, because it's all about making a bunch of sea creatures, locking down their creatures in a very, very annoying way, and then drawing cards. And when I draw cards, I can make Krakens. And then also the Cure of the Sea Gods makes a hex-proof. Yeah, I should have attacked with that. I forgot I wasn't going to untap. So they've got 1,000,000 mana and lots of cards in hand. But oh, nice. Okay. So I guess that's one way to... Actually, wait a minute. They're going to bring back something from the graveyard. They're a commander, but then when it comes back to my turn, I am going to steal it. You tried to live stream Arena, but no one watches, so I said you do other games that gets viewers. I see people watching you. Thanks so much. Yes, it is. There's just a lot of games to play, and I kind of look at other people that play other games and do other cool things, and hopefully they don't have a disenchant here, because Chapter 3, your commander will become my commander, and hopefully they're going to equip their... Oh, okay, fine. I'll take that. Alright, so let's draw some cards. That gets bigger. Let's recast Jace with double Jace. Draw 1,000,000 cards off of that, sure. That will help me, see, that will help me to then make my, and draw another 1,000,000 cards off of that, so that'll help me make a Kraken. And then now back on their turn, let's see what happens here. So their own commander betrayed them, and... if they attack, I've got plenty of blockers, but they'll probably use a kill spell against one of my creatures. If they use it on their own commander, then they'll be able to recast it. I guess. Not one of those, that's fine. Both of these get big. I have that sleep spell, which they see I have in my hand, so I'll lock them down. Equipping it there, but that was a waste because it has summoning sickness. Alright. So I definitely can see that. I definitely can see that. Well, first let me attack with everything here, attacking them with their own commander to gain life back. Like that. Then scry here.
Solving mysteries is my specialty.
That whale is cool. The whale is cool, but actually don't really want them to keep that way to attack me, because then they're just going to well, actually I control their aura. What am I talking about? Never mind. Anyway, let's draw 7 cards, and then that'll make me Krakens galore. And then that one more snapper right there. Okay, perfect. So I have 3 mana in total. 3 mana in total to bring this out, and then that'll give me 1 mana, Bubble Snare. There we go. Magic is really fun, but for instance, you just found out about it because it is not so popular in your country. If you'd like to share, I'd like to know what country that might be. I like to know a little bit about the world. Yeah, Magic. It's hard to believe it's been around 27 years. It's been paper for so long, and then there was Magic Online, and then Magic Arena, and Magic on mobile, and everywhere. So the game has definitely evolved. Create an angel, and then blah blah blah, destroy things. Sure. That's a thing you could do. Alright, so in the meantime, let that pass. En Perú. Oh, hablas español, pues. Yo también. Yo soy latino. And so here we are, all on the Western Hemisphere in Las Americas. So now I got a Kraken right here. And very good here. Okay, so what does this do again? Until end of turn, angels you control says destroy a creature. Destroy a smaller. Why would an angel, which is always protecting, why would an angel destroy a small creature? That's pretty mean. Well, anyway, let's do cool stuff here. Let's let me just lock this down right now. Well, let me lock down the one that's already tapped. Then I will draw a card, yep. Don't really need that land. Estás aprendiendo cómo jugar acá. Very good, yeah, keep learning, and hopefully you like my streams here and learn a little bit. See, this is how this deck's gonna win, not through like sheer brute force, but through the power of blue mana trickery. Blue magic trickery. There we go. Draw another thing off of that. This deck is so annoying when it does its thing. Alright, do some more scry. How many cards do I have left? Oh, I have 16 cards. Yes, that's true. I have 16 cards. That's a good point. I almost forgot about that. It does look low, doesn't it? 38 to 16. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be drawing so many cards anymore. But YOLO, as the kids say. So what do I want to do here? Well, gotta attack with everything. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. 14, they'll have one unblockable, they'll have one creature that will come to life. Their cleric will come back to life. Oh man, they're eliminating my 0 mana. They're eliminating my 0 mana Kraken. Fine. Fine. What I could do is, that is a sorcery, draw 2 cards, draw 3 cards, I'm at 16. If I draw 3 more cards, I can make another Kraken. Yeah, let's go for that. Then after that, we'll be careful about the rest of the cards. And if I deck myself, oh, see, never mind. Didn't need to deck myself. See, this is how this. They had what 55 life at one point, and they had a very good deck in terms of it's synergistic in that it's an easy. I don't want to diminish the opponent, but it's an easy type of deck to play. They had the gain a life every time you cast a creature. Okay, easy. Then they had, here's a flyer, it gets +1 every time you gain a life. That's easy. Then they had their aura. When a cleric dies, bring back another cleric from the graveyard. Okay, that's easy. And you know, here's an interesting thing here, the Fuchsia's Retribution that makes angels and stuff. Like, that's kind of different. That's cool. It's an angel though. That's kind of a flavor fail. Clearly they wanted to play clerics, but then they had to put in this card that doesn't really synergize, which just made an angel warrior, so that wasn't really gonna synergize. And then what else did they have? That was okay. Then they had the Hallowed Priest. That's easy. Every time you gain life, you +1 it. And then the Savage Gorger. Every time you do damage, it gets +1. So the deck is kind of an easy kind of deck. And they got up to 50 whatever life because they did like a turn 1 Shadow Spear. Hey Mark, how are you doing? I'm just breaking down this game that we just won. So the opponent was playing the black-white. The opponent was playing the black-white life gain deck, and I'm playing the mono blue Jace's Seafood Salad deck. And the opponent just rage quitted right now because I was making Krakens galore left and right. So, yep, we won that. I didn't see how long it took, but it took a little while. But hopefully we got the daily rewards. There we go. Got all the daily rewards. Alright, very good. So, I'm going to do that green deck as by popular demand in just a moment, but let's change things up slightly. I have a... I'm about to come to 1 hour, so don't really need a break. Yeah, I'll take a little break to get some water. And then when we come back, I'm going to do a Crack-a-Pack. I've got a booster packs of Kaldheim to open up, so let's take a short break. Be right back. Open up Kaldheim, play some more decks, do some more of that fun stuff. So be right back in just a bit, like 3 minutes. And we are back in exactly 3 minutes. Don't confirm. But we're back, so let's do one of the cracker packs. I've got 3 that I'm going to open up as the evening goes on. Let's do a little vote right here. Which of these should I open first? So we've got Nico Eris, the blue-white planeswalker, the newest planeswalker, Nico Eris. If that would like to focus, that would be nice. There they are right there. That might focus, but you get the idea. Should we open Nico Eris? Should we open, I believe this one, yeah, this is the other new planeswalker. This is Tyvar, I believe. Tyvar Kell. He's an elf. Oh, Nico is originally from Theros, actually. They defied their destiny and became a planeswalker. And then Tyvar is, I think, the brother of King Halvar. And, yeah. And then we've also got Kaya. So Gaia, the ghost assassin from, where is she from? Either Ravnica or the world of Conspiracy, which has an Italian-sounding name. So those are the possibilities. We got Nico Eris, who is blue-white. We've got Tyvar Kell, which I believe is black-green. And then we've got Kaya, which is black-white. And yes, it was water. It was plain old H2O. Even though that might look like gin, I would not drink that much gin. So it is water. So we got 1 vote for Tyvar. This guy right here, Tyvar. Oops, Tyvar. We got 1 vote for Tyvar. Anyone else? Which one should we open up? As I'm holding them here, I see that these are the Japanese. These are the Japanese manufactured ones. I can feel it right away because the pack is looser. I can already feel it. And we got another vote for Tyvar. Okay, cool. Anyone else? Got a tiebreaker or another vote? Tyvar, Nico, or Kaya. Who should we go for? Going once, going twice. Which pack should? We're obviously going to open them all, but we'll say here. So we're getting another vote for Tyvar. Okay. I guess we'll do Tyvar. And that'll work just fine. We can do Tyvar. Gotta go for them. Okay, well, thanks so much for stopping by, Rosla. I'm about to open a booster pack, but if you gotta go, you gotta go. Thanks so much for stopping by. And try to stay warm. Alright, let's open... Let's switch over to the card cam. We'll open that booster. Oh, sorry, you said go for it. Oh, go for it. Oh, no, sorry about that. I thought you said I gotta go. I read like one word, go, and I thought you said I got to go. Okay, let's open that up. Card cam. Okay, here we go. So let's go for Tyvar, and then we'll open the next ones. We'll vote on the next ones in a moment. And all right, let's open it up here. Actually, let me fix my brightness on this. 1 moment. I believe because it's on auto. Is it on auto? Let's get that brighter. Camera control, exposure auto. No, turn off auto exposure. There we go. Okay, so here we go. Come on, Vorinclex. Give me some of that give me some of that Phyrexian goodness. I can also tell it's the Japanese ones because they kind of open really weird. As in, not at all. Yeah, these are definitely the Japanese printings. Okay, so I think, yeah, so it's like this side. So let's see what we get. Open the Omen Path, so it's the Tybalt to make a bunch of mana. Then we've got the Funeral Longboat. It's the Vigilant Boat, which when I looked at it very carefully, there is a dead corpse on that craft right there. If you never noticed it, I noticed it recently, but there's actually a dead guy right there that I never noticed. Invoke the Divine. Oh yeah, destroy an artifact or enchantment, gain 4 life. Very rude, I love it. And we've got the Tuskeri Firewalker, 3 mana. It boasts to let you play a card off the top of your library. Ooh, Feed the Serpent, love that one of course. 4 mana, exile a creature or planeswalker with epic art. Flavor text. He spent the final moments of his existence tumbling down the length of the serpent's jaws, driven mad by the magnitude of the cosmos. So basically he went insane as he died. Snakeskin Veil. 1 green, instantly put a +1 counter, make it hexproof. Yeah, +1 in hexproof for 1 green. Death Knell Berserker, 2 mana, 2/2. When it dies, it comes back as a 2/2. If it was holding a weapon. Squash, 5 mana to deal 6 damage to a creature or planeswalker. Costs 3 less if you control a giant. And the art on that is amazing. Look at that. The poor little goblin or whatever is completely getting squashed. That is some amazing art. And the flavor text. The troll, it's a troll. The troll had recently crushed a shaman in much the same way. Sadly, he expired too quickly to appreciate the irony. This flavor text is so much troll nowadays. Trolling. Mists of Lichara, 2 mana. It's an aura. Beyond Broken, the squash. Yeah, it could be a whole bunch of damage for such a little bit of investment, especially with a giant, because then it's only 2 mana for 6 damage. Not even back in Alpha when we had Lightning Bolt did that happen. Okay, so 2 mana, it's got flash, enchant a creature or vehicle, and you -3 it. So classic blue tricks. Oh, this is one of the most violent arts I've ever seen. Iron Verdict, 3 mana. Iron Verdict deals 5 damage to target tapped creature. Or you can foretell it, pay 2 mana, put it into exile, and then later only pay 1 mana to play it. Crush the Weak. So this is another one of these red cards with a hand in the art in this set. Although on this one it's a statue. Crush the Weak deals 2 damage to each creature. And if it would die this way, exile it instead. So that's pretty good. Wipe out a bunch of their elves with this. Foretell it for 1. So back in the day, 1 red mana would deal 3 damage to one thing. Nowadays, 1 red mana deals 2 damage to everything. Yep, tap creatures better watch out. They're gonna end up on the chopping block. That was the first uncommon. And we've got the Rune of Might. We've got a rune for every color. 2 mana. Attach it to any permanent, so technically you can attach it to your own land or your opponent's artifact, I guess. And when it enters the battlefield, draw a card. As long as what's enchanted is a creature, it gets +1 in trample. But if it's attached to an equipment, it instead gives it to the it does it to the artifact. I got distracted, sorry, because I saw something in my notifications. Okay, so here's the third uncommon. Ooh, this one's pretty. Forging the Tyrite Sword, 3 mana in Boros colors, although we don't have Boros on Kaldheim. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, create a treasure. Chapter 3, search your library for a card named Halvar, God of the Battle, or an equipment. Reveal it, put it into your hand. So let's go tutor for that god, which is also an equipment or any other equipment, and it makes you treasure to ramp. So a little bit of ramp here in red and white. And the rare of the deck of the booster pack is Faceless Haven. Boo! Okay, so it's a snowland. You tap it for 1 colorless, and you pay 3 snows to have this become a 4/3 creature with vigilance and shapeshifting with all abilities, and it's still a land. So I guess it's for limited. You need one final creature to finish things off. This land can come to life and finish off the opponent or block. Not really useful in other places, I would say. It is everywhere and nowhere, a place unbound by logic and beyond the real. And then we've got a highland forest, so it's the mountain forest, which is also snow, dual colors in gruel, aka green and red. And the token is a demon berserker. Pretty cool art on that. Demon berserker. So that's what this pack was all about. What do y'all like in here? What stands out? There's some direct damage, there's some creature removal, artifact removal, a boat with a dead guy, dual land, a living land, and a cool saga. This is the first time sagas have been 2 colors. They'd previously only been monocolored. They were monocolored when they debuted in Dominaria, and then they got Chapter 4 when they returned in Theros, and now when they returned for the second time, now they're dual colored. So that's my pack for here. You like the saga? Yeah, I like it. It's pretty cool. Makes you some mana. It lets you go get an equipment. Cool art. So that's the pack right here. We have 2 more. We have 2 more that will open on the next break, so we'll get to those. Saga's only been out for a short time. Well, since Dominaria, if we think about it, that was from 2017. That was like April 2017, I think. No, wait, that can't be. I got back into Magic in late 2018 then. It must be like April 2018. Is that right? We can look it up easily. We have technology. Let's look it up right now. Let's switch over to the website over here, and we'll say Dominaria debuted, oh yeah, April 2018. April 2018, huh? I thought, so when did War of the Spark? That must have been April 2019, because I keep thinking back. War of the Spark was the first pre-release I ever went to, and that was in April. I remember that. And that was also the first time I got invited to the early access streamer event, #sponsored. So that was in 2018. Okay. So anyway, Dominaria was from April 2018, and that's when Sagas first debuted. So yeah, only 2 years. 2 years and 10 months. So haven't been around that long, and then now they've returned for the second time in this set. Alright, let's get back to some gameplay. We'll do some more crack-a-packs in a moment. Plus I also have another fun thing to show off. So there was a request. I need to scroll back on my chat here, but someone had asked for a green deck. I can play that for a moment. You got kicked out of the early access for saying Theros was terrible. What was the particular thing that you didn't like about it? Perhaps like how broken under what was it called? Escape from Underbreach? Underworld Breach? What was it called? Escape, yeah, Escape. Which of the many broken mechanics was the one that tipped them over the edge? So yeah, someone had mentioned, I gotta scroll back for a moment, someone asked about the green deck, and then is it a specific green deck? Because I think I was talking with someone about that, and my memory is Swiss cheese sometimes. So if whomever had requested the green deck, if you could remind me which green deck, and I'll gladly play it before we do our other items. It was the start of the overpowering of the green deck. I think it even was before that, because Questing Beast in Ikoria, which was late 2018, Theros was early. Well, let's go back to the web browser as we figure things out here. Questing Beast and all of this other green stuff, like Lovestruck Beast from right here, Theros. That was October 2019. And then the first set right after in the new year, 2020, was Theros right there. So yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see how the green kept getting more and more powerful. The monkey green deck. Okay, yeah, there we go. Let's do that one. So by popular request, let's do Kolga, the Titan Ape, mono green deck, and stomp the opponents with big creatures right here. Oops, let's go back to the game. Speaking of sickeningly green broken, in Zendikar, there was that one sorcery. 3 mana, put a counter on your creature, draw a card, and play an extra land. So, yeah. Speaking of broken green, here's my mono green deck. So, let's see what we can do here. Oh bosh. Okay, so the big idea is just to get a bunch of mana out as soon as possible and then bring out big creatures. Now that Elysian Caryatid will help me ramp into that, but I'm playing a deck that will either have Murder or Shock, so that might not be the best starting hand. And it's always fun to put a Colossification on a little creature and turn it into a 20/20, and that Thorn Mammoth is amazing. So let's mulligan, because same thing. Alright, well, I guess that Humble Naturalist will have to be sacrificial so that the Elder Gargaroth doesn't get it. But hopefully it will live long enough. Mono, they're playing red. Tormentor's Helm, okay. Getting my cards. Turn 2, Naturalist. Hopefully it will survive. Then turn 3, Cultivate. That'll get me into Gargaroth pretty fast. And then with Gargaroth I can ram through, get into Kolga, and eventually the Titanomox Rex. Tap land. You snooze, you lose. So I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 mana next turn. Alright, so obviously the idea of the deck is just to get out as much mana as possible. Mono green is not too complicated to do that. And the big idea is get a lot of mana out so you get a lot of big creatures, such as this 11/11 Trampler. And another broken green card, the Elder Gargaroth. It's a 6/6 every time it attacks or blocks. See, there we go. I told you it wasn't going to survive. Obvious deck is obvious. But that was just there sacrificially so that we get other good stuff coming out. I'm already at 4. Gargaroth comes out next. They're probably going to have a lot of... Oh, okay, Bolt Hound, who cares? Okay. So probably, if I probably bring out that Gargaroth, they've got enough cards in hand to kill it already. Obosh would come out for them already next turn. That's gonna do double damage, right? So what I need to do... I guess I can live with my Gargaroth dying, because then my commander's gonna come in next turn and just swat down whatever comes in. And Obosh is a 3/5 and mine's a 7/6. Let's see if they take that out. Yep, obvious. Okay, next turn I can bring in... I guess just a replicating ring. Although the opponent does have a really cool sleeve, that's probably Seb McKinnon artwork right there. Yeah, let's just keep ramping into mana. So bring out the ring, one of my favorite new mana rocks. I just love that it duplicates itself. Go get more mana. Right here, I have all the mana that I need now. Don't think I need to cycle that. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we'll keep that. So let's see if they are eager enough to bring out their commander already without reading my commander. Nope, they're going to do one of those. Fine, I will gladly take that. I will gladly take it out. Terror of the Peaks is really good. I cannot allow it to stick around. Alright, here we go. So, we got a big old rabid ape taking down a dinosaur. Thusly, then we've got it doing one final damage against a little doggy, and the opponent has nothing. So if they bring out their commander here, I've got ram through to take care of it, and then when I attack I destroy their artifact. I have 9 mana, so then I can bring out my 11/11, and if they don't concede out of terror out of that, then okay, I can beat them down even more. Kite Sailor's gonna take my ram through. Fine. Fine. I wanted that, but I guess that's okay. So if they equip that helm, yeah, they're gonna equip the helm, but they're only gonna hold on to it for 10 seconds. And they have two more cards in hand, one more card with mana. Okay, fine. Let's attack. They're not gonna block. I'm gonna destroy their helm. Whoops. And then do 7 damage. And then they know I've got an 11/11, so okay, here's an 11/11. So either they need to kill my 7/11. I've got a 7 and an 11. 7/11. So either they need to kill my 11/11 or my 7/6. Okay. You can do that if you want. Or concede. Sure. Okay. So, yep, that was the, you know, I knew that they were going to have red damage or kill spells. So I knew that was coming, so I needed to, obviously, I knew that I was going to lose some of these creatures. And as long as I stay the course and build up a bunch of mana, then that's what you get. Notice that the opponent is playing black-red pirate deck. Not really. It was just one pirate. Obviously, people can play their decks how they want, but I think when you make a deck that is a little bit more on theme, I kind of appreciate that a little bit more. Their deck was just a mishmash of red and black. You know, we have a dog, we have a dragon, we have an equipment. Yeah, obviously the damage and kill spells are fine, but a dog plus a dragon, and then we've got a pirate, and then a Hellion horror. Whereas mine, it's all about huge creatures. I guess you could say, well, okay, I have here a beast and here a human, but that human helps you get beasts. And then over here you've got a dinosaur beast, and then over here an ape, and then over here a giant. Well, the theme of this one is that it's all big creatures. So I try to build decks that are very on theme. So we'll play one more, and then we've got the draft. And as we bring up the next game, here's another question of the day. Name one item you cannot throw out. So that's a pretty good one. Name one item you cannot throw out. There's a lot of big mana things and no ramp, so clearly have to mulligan off of this because I can't do anything until turn 4. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so Arcane Signet, then the Woodland, then the Surge, and then for fun make something into a 20/20. As for the opponent, mono black. Oops, okay, so they're going to probably play a lot of kill spells. So that Woodland Mystic is not going to survive too long. But that's okay. Arcane Signet. Scorpion. Everyone loves playing that freaking Scorpion on turn 1 with that veto deck. I'm so tired of that. I don't know. I guess when people when every single deck exists in the world easily to be able to get. Everyone plays that one. I don't hate that people play that card over and over, but I'm so tired of that Serrated Scorpion over and over. Anyway, let's I can play 2 mana dorks here, and one will probably survive. Here, Wedding Ring. Definitely your desktop PC. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You're all answering my question. I thought you were all talking about something that was happening on screen. Ah, man, too bad. So that will do 1 damage to the opponent. Yeah, 5. Well, I don't want to lose that, actually. I'm already at enough mana. If I get... Wait, 3, 4... Yeah, I'm enough mana already at my commander, so... Kapow. Although I missed the land drop, so that's not good. So, oops, they left it in the graveyard, so they must have one of those newfangled bring your card back from the graveyard to your hand and then play it right away. Okay, fine. Or a murder. Fine. I can bring it back eventually, no problem. You can't throw out the air that you can't throw. Name 1 item you can't throw out. I guess you can answer it that way. No, that's okay. About the joke, yes, exactly. I get it. What I was saying was that I started to see people's answers here. Man, give me some mana. I started to see people's... There we go. I started to see people's answers, and I thought, what are they saying about what's happening on screen? But then I realized, oh, you were answering my question here. So let me read them properly again. Your desktop PC. Tell me about that. Is it because it's extremely good, or because it Ooh, they finally got it back. Or because it's sentimental value, it's the first one you ever built, or like it's a cool LED display, or tell me about why your PC. Or obviously because it's your personal computer. And then the wedding ring, yes, of course. And that's a good one. Fine. The opponent is definitely making their dreams come true. And 6, 7, 8 mana in total. I'll probably cycle that away. And you can't throw out the air. Well, that's the thing. This assumes it's something that you own. You cannot own the air. We all do. Would it be possible to make an army of 1/1 Death Touch creatures? Yes. I have to think about it for a moment. The elf deck can make a lot of creatures, and then we have the ability to give them Death Touch. So there's that way, but out of on its own, there are not a lot of 1/1 Death Touch creatures. Ha! They didn't respond with their Tavern Swindler. They should have done that. 1 final damage off of it, because it's free, right? Yeah, it's free. They didn't respond to that, huh? You'll never throw out your magic cards. Another kill spell, fine. I seem to have plenty of mana for that, so... Boot Nipper... Sure. Getting a little low on life, I guess. But how about a big ol' scary... Let me see. 5, 6, 7. Help me with my math here. If I pay 3 for the ring, that takes me down to 5, 6, 7. 7. Yeah, that would work. I have enough mana for everything. Okay, let's do the ring first to ramp a little. And then we can bring out a big old scary 7/7 with trample. So, might as well attack with both of these because they'll probably think, let's get rid of their ramp, which I would love. Yes, that's exactly what I want. Yes, yes, block it, block it. Oh, didn't. Okay, fine. Alright, let's see if they don't have any more murder spells. Nope, they're out of murder spells. Perfect. Double attacks, that's fine. Okay, single attack, that's fine. Oh, 1 life. Alright, well, we're gonna need to make sure we survive with 1 life. And one way we survive is by taking out their commander. And then attacking with a 15/15, which they don't even need to block, but they're just so scared they will. So fine, go ahead and block it. Forgot it has trample, eh? Your commander's not out to do the 1 final point of damage. And they don't have enough mana to bring back their commander. If they get 1 more land drop, they can bring their commander, and then I have my Hunter's Edge. So let's see if we can live with 1. Uh-oh, that's got haste. Oh no, it doesn't have haste. Oh, that's the other one. The one that doesn't have haste. Alright, so we have a million ways to defeat the opponent. The easy way is to just Rabid Bite their last blocker. Hunter's Edge their last blocker. Or haste in a 6/6. Actually, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do I have 10? Yeah, let's go for the shock and awe finisher. A kicked 10/10 with haste. 15/15, 7/6, 10/10, 1/1, and 1/1. Good game. Comeback of the century. What's it, hexproof? It's hexproof against planeswalkers. I confused this one with another one that's very similar, that it's also a black angel or Valkyrie or whatever, but it has haste. And I thought that's the one they summoned and I was at 1 life. But no, it's hexproof against planeswalkers, and that's why it's got the hexproof symbol plus the planeswalker symbol when it was summoned. The art is amazing. I love the blue, the purple wings with blue fire. It looks amazing. Eradicator, Valkyrie, mythic. But no haste. You saw a card that was like a wasp that put 3 1/1s in Death Touch. Oh yes, that one. That one is in Historic. And that one, what's that one called? We put it, that one was released under Historic, and it makes a bunch of 1/1s, a 1/1 Hornets with Death Touch. It's probably just called like Hornet Nest or Hornet Queen? Hornet Queen, right? We can look at that one in a moment. Yep, but we got the little minions. The little minions going into the big minions. I love this Rampaging Brontodon. 15/15 Trampler. And right there, Rain Man. They can tell their descendants that they had me at 1 life, and then it didn't quite work out for them. And I think this is one of the few times that I've managed to kick this Baloth into a 10/10 haste hexproof. Talk about broken green, right? Even without the kick, a haste hexproof uncounterable. If you look at that, this spell cannot be countered. So let's see that again. Hexproof, haste, uncounterable, and if you kick it, it's a 10/10 in mono green. All right, in this sample size, we can clearly see. Thank you on that. On the sample size, we can clearly see that that green deck is unbeatable. So let's move on to a couple of other things. We might play that a little bit again, but let's do this. I wanted to do something else as well here. wanted to show off some comics that I got yesterday. I bought off of eBay just some random comics. I want to show some of these. Some of these are going to be very WTH, and some of them are just fun for my collection and so forth. I was looking for some of them specifically. I bought what is known as a comic lot. So it's just a bunch of random comics that someone was selling. And there were a few in there that I specifically wanted. And then it came with a bunch of others that I thought were interesting. And then a few that I don't care about at all. But they were all in one bundle and it was very affordable. So here's a few of them that are here. This is hilarious. So first of all, I've got Alf number 9 from Marvel Comics. So remember Alf? Remember good old Gordon Shumway when he landed on Earth and lived with the... What was the family's name on that? There was Willie... What was the name? Willie Tanner? Was that the Tanner family? Is that where he ended up with? Willie was the dad. I don't remember anyone else's name. But, okay, this is issue number 9. This is from 1980... When is this from? 1980... I have to look it up. Probably 85, 86 or something. I could open it, I guess. But, this is Alf's Planet holiday issue. So on their world, Anerva is November. You love the Alf show. You grew up watching it in the reruns before you knew that reruns were. The puppetry was so good. I loved it. He was able to be so articulate from the waist up, of course. And then once in a while when they had to have him walk, I don't know, they got like Warwick Davis or someone to play him. So here's some of the holidays on Alf's Planet. I just realized 6 is backwards. So anyway, 6th. This is Giniterv. It's all backwards. What does it say? Spell everything backward. Oh, okay. So on Alf's World, on Anerva the 6th, it is Spell Everything Backwards Day. Cool. On the 7th, it is Make Up Your Own Holiday Day. On the 8th, it's Wear a Banana Split Day. 13. Give a Present to a Wall Day. That's pretty funny. On the 15th, Play with Your Spaghetti Day. On the 20th, Sit on a Friend Day. Wasn't that Elf's girlfriend on the cartoon? Obviously never appeared on the show because they only had budget enough for one animatronic character. But he had his whole family and stuff back in the cartoon because that was a prequel. I suddenly am getting flashbacks. Wasn't the Alf cartoon a prequel, before anyone knew what a prequel was, of Alf's life back on his home world of... What was his home world called? Melmac. That's it. Back on his home world of Melmac. Look at this. I haven't thought about this stuff in 35 years and it comes off the top of my head, no problem. Okay, on the 22nd, it is Eat Your Calendar Day. On the 27th is the UPC Symbol Day. Hilarious. So, is a comic that I got. Yeah, there was an Alf cartoon, and he was back on his home world, and that was his girlfriend, and he was having adventures before he came to Earth. So I'll look that up on YouTube. And then one more Alf comic. I also got this one randomly. So it jumps from issue 9 into issue 37 with the classic Marvel Comics logo. I miss it. So right here, in this issue, the Honey Spooners. So that's other Alf inhabitants. Isn't this where I came in? And Alf is marooned at sea in Ejection Slip. That's a play on Rejection Slip, I guess. So, yep. I actually don't really remember getting any Alf comics back in the 80s when these debuted. And the first issue and the last issue are the valuable ones. And there's also a controversial cover one. Where I think that the people that are saying that it's controversial are like just reading too much into it as an adult, as a grown-up. And if you were seeing that cover as a kid, there's nothing controversial about it. And if I show it if we see it now, okay, us grown-ups will say, yeah, that's like so weird. Why, how could they do that? But I think that's just us as grown-ups reading something into it that is not even there. I don't have that issue. You always loved watching Alf try to get the Tanner's cat. Always made me crack up. Yes, he was on his planet. Cats were a delicacy, right? So I love the show, but I didn't like that he liked to eat cats, because cats are my favorite. So anyway, that was one of the comics that I wanted to show right here. I've got a couple more to show off in a little bit. Let's do a little bit more gameplay. Let's do a little bit more gameplay, and we'll get back to some comics. Okay, one final thing here. So in the history of comics, when you see a comic with a UPC symbol in the 80s, it meant that this was a comic you bought off the spinner racks at the newsstand, at a grocery store or a liquor store or whatever. So you would buy one of these. If it had the Spider-Man face, that means it was a comic you would buy at the comic shop. So both of these are newsstand edition comics. They were sold at a newsstand somewhere. Who knows, at a 7-Eleven or Vons or a liquor store or whatever. That was the predominant way that comics were sold throughout their history, from the 30s to the 90s, basically 50 years, and then 90s and forward, it was basically then comics were sold at comic shops. And some say that has led to the decline of them. Comics are still sold, but basically only at comic shops, and they're a shadow of their former times when they would be selling 1 million copies an issue back in the 90s. Now, like a top blockbuster is 100,000, but more commonly they're in like the 20,000, 50,000 range. So if comics were sold at newsstands again, like in the old days, I think they would come back economically, be even better, and have more generations of comic fans. So a little bit of comic side stuff. Let's get back to the game and start the draft. Anyone else into comics? Any that you ever, when you were younger or recently, or I didn't seem to. Oh, I was so close. I don't think I can get 789. I don't think I can get 750. Guess I'll use a token. I've got 3 of them. Okay, let's play Kaldheim Draft. And as that loads up, here we go. People are ready to play. See if I play against anyone famous. Okay, so I might not be seeing the chat as best as possible. Oh, there's that golden dragon. So Bountain Gold is good for removal, so is Iron Verdict. Masked Vandal is good for exiling stuff. There's that dragon that's a 4/4 for 5, but it's double red. It's got flying and haste. When it attacks, it makes treasure. Treasures make double. Let's see about that dragon. It does not synergize with a lot of things, but we'll see. Maybe black-red. We have that Feed the Serpent there. There's also the Giants. The Giants deck. See, there's a couple of Giants right there. There's a Snowland. Shapeshifter. Double removal. Let's see about those colors for a moment. Let's see the opponents. Chips Ahoy, Mike's my name, So Darn Clever. Oops, just one moment. Dogged Pursuit. Whoops. Yeah, my mouse did it again where sometimes it double clicks. I was just gonna select it to select it, but it double clicked it. Oh well. Okay, next we have the Blind King, Mentis Toboggan, Nightingale, and Seaburge. So we can still pivot, of course, but I've got some black and red cards at the moment. Draft has been one of your all-time favorite formats, always great fun to test out. Yeah, the cool thing is that everyone can start on the equal playing field of build a deck on the spot, and the more one plays and learns more of the cards and their synergies, the better. You hate draft because all the bots take the best cards. Well, if you go with the premier draft, which is against real people, it's real people, but it's so expensive. So I hear you. You know they have. There's these possibilities of how to play, but then they all have their ups and downs. Snow-covered island. Oh, there's the Elderfan Disciple. That one's pretty mean. 3 losses in like 5 minutes just means you wasted $15. Yeah. Yeah, it can go really fast, definitely. I try to save my gold. I guess I know why. At the beginning of the stream today, I splurged on a sleeve. And if I hadn't bought the sleeve, I would have had enough gold to play this event without using a token. But yeah, usually what I try to do is just keep grinding for the gold all week long and then get one draft. Oops, I should select it. I try to do the one draft a week on the stream, and Crush the Week is also good. But yeah, this stuff is expensive if we only use it through grinding. So it's either spend time grinding, which is time spent, but then you can play for free, quote, or pay real money, but then the losses are also real losses, so that's annoying too. Well, draft is what I'm doing here about trying to build a deck with cards that are presented one after the other. And there's plenty of podcasts and stuff that explain, and articles that also help with this, but it is a complicated way to play, but in theory it's also a way to play that can have a lot of results in terms of every card that you select, you keep it in your library to make future decks, so that's good too. And then if you're able to win, you get returns things. You get things returned. I've been streaming Arena since April 2008 or so, and I do remember when they first put drafts and I gave it a try. They were 5,000 gold, and I thought, wow, this was 5,000 gold that I totally wasted. I didn't win one game at all. This is the one that I was saying right here. Oh no, never mind. It's still not that one. Oh, there's Demon Bolt. I thought that was that Valkyrie that had the haste. But anyway, yes, the this format is challenging, but there's two ways to play it. One which is live with a timer, like this, versus other people, because everyone's trying to get the best cards, or playing against bots, which the bots are also programmed in a weird way. And this This way of playing is definitely different. Oh, there we go, Frostbite. I was gonna say this is a bad pack for my colors. Oh, the Draugur's kind of okay. And, okay, so the Immerstrom Skullcairn. It deals 3 damage to any target that player discards. Okay, possibly. What else do I have here? Well, I need some of these snow covers just in case. Immerstrom Raider. There's some good stuff in this pack. Let's see what comes back. There's the rune. There's another snow cover. Oh, there's okay. The flying artifact is good, so that you can get over the top with your final bits of damage. Wither Crown is also good. There's a lot of good stuff here. Hopefully it comes back. Because I've gone red, black. I like the art on this little bird. It's stealing a really cool jewel, and then it's got power coming out of its eyes. So that makes me think, was the bird itself already magical, or is it inheriting some magic from the amulet that's it's chewing on? I think both of those possibilities are equally possible. My vote is for it's gaining power by munching on that artifact. Okay. 6 creatures. Whoops, we've only got 6 creatures so far. Going into pick 7, so gotta be on the lookout for more creatures. And while that happens, okay, here's another question of the day. Let's see. Another question of the day. What's the last dream you remember? The last dream that I remember was that So one of my side gigs is that I do web design and social media and digital marketing for clients. And there's a client that we don't work with anymore at the moment. The contract expired a couple of years ago, I guess now, and I haven't worked with the owner of that business in a while. So the last dream that I remember from a few days ago, I was talking with someone in my dream, and I was trying to sell myself about, yes, I can do this and I can do that, and I can provide you all of these great with all of these great services. And then, like, very cinematically, the camera changes, and who I am talking to is that old client. And I guess it was in sort of a sense of that we hadn't, like, we were brand new talking to each other. But I remember then I had said something like, to change his name, Johnny, you're hired, which doesn't make sense because I'm the one that was trying to get hired by him, and I was pitching myself to get hired, but it happened in a way that it looked like I got the job, and then I guess I still said something like, Johnny, you're hired, even though I was talking about myself. So I think that's the last stream that I remember. Here it is right here. Here's the Vengeful Reaper. It's a flying Death Touch Haste. That's the one that I thought was going to kill me. But what about yourselves? Anyone remember any dream they had recently? Shimmer Veil is useful. See if it comes back. Stronger helm. There's another wings. The rider. Double wings. Yeah, little Rakdos deck coming together so far, possibly. I love the art on this one, the Axgard Cavalry. This Dwarf Berserker's having so much fun. She's riding this goat, and the goat is like braying to the cosmos. And it's got flames on its legs. On its fur, that is. That's a hilarious art. And that's also bad grammar. That is hilarious art, not that is a hilarious art. So I guess this raider will be adequate. Ooh, what's this one here? Card resources return. You may sacrifice one of your creatures. When you do, it deals 3 damage to anything. Each player discards. Return target creature card from your graveyard. So you may have it sacrifice. That is an uncommon. You may bring back something from the graveyard. Yeah, guess that'll work eventually. Mountain Goat. If it had Mountain Walk, then it would be perfect. Reincarnation of the classic Mountain Goat. There's our good old Squash that I had. I think I opened that one on the real pack, right? Hagima, run amok. You had a weird dream about back. You woke up in your room and your favorite artist, Kim Joon-gi, was standing in your room and you offered to be your mentor. You felt real. Oh, and that was before you met him at Comic-Con, so clearly you willed that meeting to life through your dreams. I think I remember you were saying about that artist on that one Comic-Con 2019, I guess, that you went to their talk, right? To their demonstration, I think. Alright, so here we go. We've got this red-black deck. Since it's a pretty cool red-black deck, I am, of course, going to put the Dimir sleeves on it, the blue-black, because I just paid for it. If I hadn't paid for this, I would have been able to pay for the event in gold, so I've got to use it. He had a panel, and it was great. Was it like a hands-on of how to draw and such? Okay, so I have 16 creatures. It probably means I need to keep all of them. But let's see what we can cut. I'm going to do a quick browse, and then I'll check in with all of you about the strength of the deck. But just as a quick look through things... I like that Dogged Pursuit, but it might be a cut. Okay, so let's look through this again. Okay, Duskwielder is a turn 1 play, and a turn 2 play to deal damage and gain life. Way down is removal if I can exile my own creature. Okay, probably I'll rely on these other removal spells. Fearless Pup, that's also 1/1 for strike. Frost Bite. Will do 2 damage, possibly 3 damage. If I have, can I see here? Will this tell me how many snow I have? Creatures, it doesn't tell me a count of snow. But I guess we can see 1. I'll probably be able to Frostbite, alright. And there's the 2/2 if it's equipped. Remove from their hand Wither Crown. Yeah, I think Wither Crown isn't as good as I would like. I have other more direct removal. I guess only 1 Raven Wing is fine. Demon Bolts are very good. For 1 red mana, do 4 damage. And the Pursuit. Yeah, I'm going to drop the Pursuit. Because I need a little bit more creature action. I know I took that return, but provoke. It's 42 cards. $41 cards. Okay, so here's what we'll do. The Withered Crown picture. Yeah, I like that a lot. Let's get a close-up on that one. I think it's a very artistic in terms of, if I'm reading this right, so we see another person behind the king. I'm assuming that is that king's younger days, because they have on that crown, right? And then now they're in front of it because they're all withered. Although the design of the crown on the one in the back is slightly different than the design on this one, it seems. But that would be perfect. That's how I used to be, and now I'm this. And then that way down, I like that art a lot as well. So evocative. This monochromatic orange with a dead guy, newly dead, because those are air bubbles, right? So there's a lot more like very subtle, grotesque or violent art now that I've been seeing in the last few sets, because this is like a guy drowning right in front of our eyes. And even though we have like krakens and dragons and all of that, and then we have like really powerful, cool looking lightning and stuff, when it's something like this is sort of in a level of realism, of just that does stand out if you think about it. All right, we're gonna go with 41 cards. I think that'll work pretty well. Let's look at one more time my mana base. How does the mana look again? So 1 snow mountain, 1 snow swamp, then we've got 8 and 7. Yep, 17 lands. 8 to 9. Yep, I think that'll do stuff. So there's removal. We have the Frostbite to get rid of a small thing or do 2 damage. Elder Fang is a type of removal. On turn 2, they have to discard a card, and I get a creature. Got the Demon Bolts for 1 red mana. It'll do 4 damage. 2 of those. The Jarl of the Forsaken can be flashed in to do final damage to a creature. Skull Raid has them discard, or I draw cards. Feed the Serpent, exile anything. Provoke the Trolls, deal 3 damage to any target, including the player. Squash deals 6 damage to a creature or planeswalker. Yep, so we've got stuff to work with. Let's give that a shot. I keep forgetting to do this. I have a well, remind me about this when I go to the next break. Thank you. So remind me about something when I go to the next break, because I've been meaning to do this, which would be helpful to me. Oh man, this is a horrible hand. I can't even foretell anything, right? Fine. Guess we've got a mulligan. Nothing to foretell. I guess on this we have to toss back that dragon. Okay. Alright, turn to foretell that zombie. And then bring out that Raven Wings. Yeah, this hand doesn't do very much either, so we'll see what happens. Alright, so they're going for green, white, possibly tokens. Yes, tokens, because this is for the spirit. Oh, and they threw in Finn. Okay, so I'm definitely going to need to get rid of that. I can get rid of it next turn, so I need 2 mana for that. Let's pass that as if we have nothing. So if they attack with Finn, I can flash in a blocker to take care of it. And then they probably will rage quit, because then they'll have because then they probably will think that my win condition is gone. Okay, next I probably want to exile that before they play their artifact. Because might as well get rid of it now before it helps them get out a great artifact, even though they could bring out a great creature on turn 4. Okay, they're missing a land drop, so sorry opponent, but alright, so anyway here, let's bring out this creature that when I boast I can bring back that Jarl again, if it lives. I guess they could double block. I need to pay 4 on that. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll have 6 on that. So what I could do, bound in gold, of course. I'm already down to 10 life. Okay, not great, but what do I want to get rid of? Yeah, let's get rid of that. Bring out this wings, and now I just gotta draw good stuff. Down to 10 life already. How did that happen? Alright, Demeus, what else do you have? 5 mana is a lot. Let's see if they manage to get that one legendary human creature that gives everything +1. Now, that thing that they foretold was probably like one of those flash in, your creatures get plus X or something. Okay, I need to get answers here. Such as this. So they have a 1 foretell spell. Let's see if they have another bound in gold. Yeah, they're looking at it, so probably they're gonna take it out. Then I'm out of cards. Hopefully I get something. One card in hand, one foretell card. Don't let it be good, please. It's probably going to be something about... Yeah, they keep looking at it, and then they're another bound. Perfect. Alright, and that's how it ends. Huh, I thought this was best of 3. Oh, never mind, it's not the best of 3 because of the... Because of course it's not best of 3 because they... There is no technology that Wizards of the Coast has access to make this best of 3 premier draft. Let me just reply to this messages. Alright, at least I get to go first here. Okay, so I've got something on turn 2, and then I can put in that Raven Wing, that if it dies it comes back to life. Vaguely. So, okay, let's see if this can do something. Let's see if this deck can do something. That equips for 2. So I bring in the Raven Wing turn 2, can equip it next turn, or bring out this Trampler that's got some lifelink, that's fine. Okay, next turn, that Valkyrie. It needs double snow. Got a Demon Bolt ready. Alright, so we're going to attack with that. Well, it's just a +1. Double black, will that be that exile? Didn't boast it. So the exile does feed the serpent. No, they're gonna foretell. So that'll probably be Poison Cup. Watch this. This is gonna be Poison Cup. Or Iron Verdict. Alright, so let's do our own foretell right here. So we were just talking about that Iron Verdict, right? And we were just talking about Iron Verdict and the art on that, and that's exactly what got my poor Valkyrie killed. So let's see if they make a shapeshifter here with all of their mana. Okay. I'm gonna make a shapeshifter on my turn, fine, and then guess I can bolt it. Gonna foretell something. Alright, if I attack with this and they'll probably remove it, then I can bring in the Draugr. And then the Draugr will let me bring things back to life. Although they have a million cards in hand and all of it's going to be removal, so I'm already out of cards. I don't know, I just feel like that's two in a row that my deck's pretty bad against the opponent. Alright, well, if I flood out again, then... Oh, amazing. So, 2 games in a row, losing by just mana flood. Wow. Is this when it's time to get paranoid about the algorithm? Alright, let's go to the 3rd game, see if we can get any wins out of this at all. Alright, here is the next question. I keep going to March. February. Alright, so here's another question. Today, you've got too much what? So what do you have too much of? Or what did you have too much of today? I think I had too many French fries today. That's the too much for me today. Too much stress. That's definitely true. Hopefully coming to hang out here for a little bit with some magic friends will alleviate a little bit. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, this music that's currently playing, I don't know how loud it is, but it's one of these chiptune music, and it reminds me of Willow, the Willow soundtrack for the original Nintendo. That was a great game, Willow on the original Nintendo. It was like Zelda, but with Willow characters. And I vaguely remember that Willow movie, but I guess I liked it enough that I wanted the Nintendo game. Alright, so that Vault Robber doesn't have too much to do at this point. Okay, I'm going to see if this works here. If they attack with everything, hopefully they tap out their mana and don't have any combat tricks, but I'm sure there will be a combat trick here in the red-white deck. Alright, actually that's exactly what I wanted. Why did it not... Oh, it doesn't have flash, never mind. Let me just think here a moment. Okay, so we should just get rid of this right away. Cutting this out. I need a blocker, but I'm sure we'll have removal for it. I guess next turn, feed the serpent. Well, down to 8 life already. Just a lot of bad luck in this draft. I guess it didn't really come together. I thought I had enough removal, but I guess it's not really working. Yeah, I think that Willow movie still holds up. It's like this cool adventure fantasy. Who worked on it? Ron Howard? Or was that a Steven Spielberg plus George Lucas collaboration? I thought one of them was in it. I mean, one of those two was part of the... of that movie. Okay, well, that's only a 2/2. Willow is a classic movie starring Warwick Davis, who was Wicket the Ewok in Return of the Jedi. And it's sort of like Lord of the Rings before Lord of the Rings. And him and Mad Mardigan, which was Val Kilmer, have to rescue Princess Elora Danan from the evil witch queen Bavmorda. And it's a pretty epic, literally epic sort of story. Four, five, six, seven, 3, 4, 5. Alright, they have 2 cards left in hand. And I'm down to 2 life, so they'll probably remove one of my creatures there, and then I have to block one, then I'm down to 1 life, and then they'll probably just do some final red damage. So... oh, they're going to exile something from their graveyard to do something extra. So it was a pretty cool movie. It had cool special effects. There was a cool mountain scene where Willow and Mad Mardigan were escaping from the bad guys, and they had to go down a mountain. Okay, that's game over. So, good job. Okay, so what I was going to say was that the one of the things that I wanted to do, so I'm about to take a break, one of the things was I have the capability here on YouTube to play a little commercial. So I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to put a commercial break, and if there's anything that comes up on the ad here, and perhaps you want to click and see what it's all about, that totally helps out the stream. Hopefully it's a good ad. I don't have any control over them. So I'm going to take a little break, and here's a little ad to tide you. Alright everyone, we are back, and here's the cat um, to make a cameo appearance. Now you're saying there are no ads. Huh. Okay, I don't know how, because I have a button here that says insert ad, which I pressed, but I don't know if that gets inserted into the replay of the video or if it would be put on live. So you guys didn't see any ads at all. It just went over to my Be Right Back screen. No, if someone is, maybe it's off for subscribers. I should probably look it up what that actually means. So yep, he's a little calm at the moment. He was napping over there, and now I brought him here to say hello on the camera right there. So I probably have to duck out one more time to feed him, and there he is right there. So he's definitely he's gonna grow up, I guess, to be a biter. I never really had a cat that had this behavior. But looking back on videos, because I had said right that he was born at my parents' property, and then they found him when he was like 2 weeks old, and then they gave him to me when he was maybe 3 months old. So looking back at old videos of him even when he was like a little kitten, he was already biting and chewing on stuff and all of that, and he still has that behavior. So I think he's gonna grow up to want to chew on everything, which is not great when I've got a whole house full of fun things to chew on. But he's calm at the moment. I'm gonna see if he wants to. It looks like he has the nickel bolus horns. Yeah, look at him. He's got like these really cool, He's got these really cool horns and cool design on the face, and also like on the fur on the side. So I'm gonna see if he wants to hang out on the stream, but I have to put him. He likes to be behind me. He likes to, if he's amenable, he will be behind me in the chair. Oh, I guess not. Okay, so he's gonna explore around a little bit. I might not leave him in the room if he is a little unmanageable, but we'll see. He's wandering off for the moment, so let's continue with some stuff here. Okay, I'm gonna show one more comic. I'm gonna show another comic, and then we're gonna do another crack-a-pack, and then we'll play some more. So here's another comic. This is Gru the Wanderer number 9. This is from Epic/Marvel. So this one's from the 80s as well. 85 or so. And so in the late 70s, comic shops debuted, which were an evolution of the head shops of the 60s and the 70s. If you don't know what that is, I won't tell you. But comic shops, then they evolved from that. So the comic shops, or the direct market, allowed comic creators to bypass the big studios and put out their own comics how they want, without the meddling of the big companies. So that was the direct market. The comic creators could sell directly to the market. And Marvel and DC obviously were the big publishers that I'm talking about. So comic shops looks kind of good, and there's a lot of interesting creators that are going that way instead of partnering with us. What can we do about it? I know we will make a sub-brand that will be all about the independent creators, but still part of Marvel. So they created this sub-brand, Epic Comics, which was, a sub-brand of Marvel. And several indie creators then went there, because it was like the best of both worlds in a way. It was, you could be an indie creator, but with the backing of Marvel. If you were only an indie creator, you had a lot of uphill battle to do. So this character, Gru the Wanderer, Sergio Aragones's Gru the Wanderer. Sergio Aragones is an artist who has worked on Mad Magazine for like 50 years. When he came to the U.S., he's originally from Spain, but then he lived in Mexico for a long time, and then he came to the U.S., to New York. And he's a cartoonist. They call him the fastest cartoonist alive, Sergio Aragones. He comes to Comic-Con every single year, and he does like live sketch improv at that moment with 2 other artists. And by the time those 2 other artists are finished drawing their sketch, he's already drawn 7 sketches. No joke. He's that fast. And they're good sketches and not just like stick figures. So Sergio is very good. He's an amazing guy. I've met him at Comic-Con. He signed my stuff. We talked. Yeah, he's cool. So his big creation is Gru the Wanderer. It's his parody of Conan the Barbarian. But he's he's a very good swordsman and stuff, but he's very, very clumsy. And at the end of every issue, basically, not through his amazing sword prowess, but through his clumsiness, he defeats the opponents. The debut of Gru was in Star Slayer number. What was it in? Was it in that Star Slayer? No, that's Rocketeer. It was in Destroyer Duck. Destroyer Duck number 1, which I think that was an Epic comic around there. So after Gru debuted as a one-page thing on Destroyer Duck, he went on to star in his own comics over at Pacific Comics. Pacific Comics went bankrupt and stuff, so then Gru came over to Marvel, aka Epic. Fun fact, Pacific Comics was a comic publisher in the 80s that was situated here in San Diego, in Pacific Beach, actually. So this is Gru. It's very funny. It's very well drawn. It's just a fun, silly, all ages comic sort of thing. And you know, his caricature, Sergio's caricatures. If you see Gru right there being harassed by a snake, and over here we've got this guy that's ready to kill Gru, and he's not even noticing what's going on because he's seeing a little pig running, some sort of boar, and he's like, that looks tasty. And then this guy over here, like Dakon Blackblade or something, is going to cut his head off. And it's the newsstand edition here again. So this is November. 11 means November. Newsstand edition. And so Gru the Wanderer. And it also says November right there. 75 cents. 1985 or so. So it's a really fun story. He's still publishing on and off. Sergio is still publishing Gru comics over at Dark Horse. Where's Gru coming out nowadays? Anyway, so that's one more comic right there out of my lot of comics and a little bit of comic book history. Don't say you don't learn anything when you come to my stream. Let's open a pack and then we'll get back to the gameplay. Right here. Okay, let's open Nico's pack. So with the American ones, you can tear it right here and it opens very easily. The Japanese ones, they put this little notch right here, which doesn't even open the pack well. I guess I got it this time. But that's one difference that I see there, in addition to this being looser than the American ones. The American printing. Alright, here. So we've got Story Seeker, 2 mana, 2/2 lifelink. Hey, didn't my opponent just have that one a moment ago? Therefore, I hate the card. Dogged Pursuit, so that's the one I got in my pulls here. They lose a life, I gain a life. Craven Hulk, this one's hilarious because it's a giant coward. 4 mana, 4/4, and it cannot block alone. But this is more for the aggro deck, so that you're just attacking with a 4/4 as soon as possible. Doomscar Oracle, 3 mana, it's a 3/2. Or foretell it for 1. When you cast your second spell, gain 2 life. So this is for the foretell deck where you're casting multiple things per turn. Gold Pickaxe, 2 mana, equips for 1, gives your creature +1/+1. And when it hits the opponent, you make a treasure. Some fun ramp right there. Demonic Gifts. I have a hard time seeing what the art on this is. I guess now that I'm looking at it like for real, I see some sort of berserker lady and she's got a huge cool axe, but before that I never really could tell what was happening in this art. But now I finally can. So yep, big axe. Okay, 2 mana, instant, until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains this creature. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. So give your creature bigger, make your creature bigger, and then bring it back to life if it dies. Horizon Seeker, 3 mana, 3/2, and it's a boast, so when it attacks you can pay 2 and then go search for a land. Bound in Gold, that's the one that the opponent used 5 of them at 1 turn for me. Moving on. Run Ashore, 6 mana, choose 1 or both. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on the top or bottom of their library. So you pick one of the opponent's non-land permanents, and then they get to choose if it goes to the top or bottom. And then Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So you could do both, or you could do one. So some bounce stuff. The Trickster Gods Heist. I love the art on this one. So at the top chapter, we've got some guy. Hey, you are cool. Cool sword. And then chapter 2, I'll take that sword. And then he got stabbed in the back. And chapter 3, oops, I am Tybalt. So maybe I'll pull that art on the web browser. But I like that one a lot, how it's this story that it's just pretty funny. Alright, so what does it do here? 1 mana. You may exchange control of 2 target creatures. So you give them your worst creature, you get their best creature. Chapter 2. You may exchange control of 2 target non-basic, non-creature permanents that share a card type. That one's a little trickier to do, but basically if they've got an amazing artifact, you can take their artifact and give them your bad artifact. Although if you've got a good artifact, you probably have no reason to trade it for their artifact. And why would you put bad artifacts in order to make that happen? Now this could also work with enchantments or sagas. So if they have a saga, you could exchange their saga with this saga, and then maybe their saga was better than yours, so you could do an exchange. And in chapter 3, target player loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. So it's kind of fun, it's kind of weird, it's the Trickster Gods Heist. Rune of Sustenance, 2 mana, enchant a permanent, draw a card when you cast it, give a creature lifelink. And then, we already see something there, so we'll get to that in a moment. Blood Sky Berserker, it is 2 mana for a 1/1. When you cast your second spell, put 2 1/1s on this, so part of that Foretell deck. Yeah, but let's get this out of here because we already saw something amazing. Whoa, this is like one of the big old, extremely coveted dual lands. This is the Blightstep Pathway with the full art treatment. Wow, this is in the rarity of it all. This is rare because it's the full art. It's one of these rares, full art. And on the one side, it's the black land, and on the other side, it's the red land, and that art looks amazing. That fiery mountaintop with lava dripping, that looks great. And then the swamp side looks really cool too. I like that bioluminescent, what do you call that? Foxfire? Or bogfire? Or will-o'-the-wisp? Or whatever it's called. When luminant gases are burning in a swamp. So that is really cool. Was not expecting this. One of the dual lands. Full art dual lands. Got that. Great. Then some more cards here. So there's the land, there's the token, and then one more. So did I get more good luck here? This might be a foil. Yep, foil Mammoth Growth. So you got one of those. Foxfire. That was that a fog effect back from Ice Age, perhaps? We can look it up in a moment. I do remember that it was with Margaret Organ Keene art, and she always did these cool patterns in her art. So anyway, here's Mammoth Growth. Give your creature +4/+4 until end of turn. And I like the Foretell symbol being foil right there. Then we get a land that is the Snow-Covered Forest. I like that one. I like the art on that one where it's just covered with snow. And lastly, it is to cover the dual land. So if this were in a draft, you would play with that back on your dual land, and then when it's time for you to play it, you'll say, actually, #1 Anime Betrayal, it is this card that I'm playing. So those were my pulls for that second pack. I like what I got there. I like the dual land. Looks really cool art. Foil Mammoth. And what else was good there? The Trickster Gods Heist was fun. Yep, so glad I got one of these. Dual lands are always cool. And what I wanted to do here was to look up the vintage card Foxfire. No, not Firefox. Foxfire. Only, oh, I guess it was reprinted in 5th edition. So original printing in Ice Age. There we go. So untap target attacking creature. That creature neither receives nor deals damage in combat this turn. Draw a card next turn. So modern phrase: untap target attacking creature. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to and dealt by that creature this turn. Draw a card at the beginning of next turn's upkeep. So slightly different wording, but that's what that was. And flavor text: only the foolish fear Foxfire. I wonder why they're capitalizing Foxfire. And that was Kolbjorn, Elder Druid of the Juniper Order. I always thought there was this amazing art of Ice Age, and I always thought it was that guy. Kolbjorn? There's no Kolbjorn. Okay, well anyway, then that was reprinted in 5th edition with white border, and then the text is changed a little bit more readable. Here it's all kind of jumbled up all together, and then here they properly did it. Hey there, Dark Eyes, Dark Lord Eyes. The card got used a lot back in the day. Yeah, you could prevent their 10/10 Leviathan from doing anything after they sacrifice their 2 islands. So, pretty cool there. And apparently there are only 2 cards in the whole world of Magic that have the name Foxfire in their name. There's Foxfire Oak, which I'd never seen before. That's from Shadowmoor. 6 mana, Treefolk Shaman. You pay 3 in Gruul mana. Foxfire Oak gets +3 until end of turn, so it can easily become a 6/6 with no trample or anything. The brethren shall blaze with unnatural fire, and the flame shall consume and purify our rage. And that is a Treefolk catastrophe myth. Fog was used more. Yeah, definitely. That one did way more better stuff. So I wanted to look up right here. Set, Ice Age, type of creature, and color of green. There is an amazing, there's those amazing Balduvian Bears, Quentin Hoover art. Love that art. Chub Toad, hilarious. Here we go, Elder Druid. That's the one. That's the one that I always equated with. I don't think this character was ever really put into a Magic card, Kolbjorn, but I always headcanon thought that this was Kolbjorn, even though Elder Druid of the Juniper Order, even though you would think it's a legendary, but I'm curious right here. Can we look up Kolbjorn in the Magic Wiki? Kolbjorn was the Elder Druid of Findhorn during the Ice Age. He married Disa and raised Kaisa. Ooh, that's cool. Disa the Restless. And then Kaisa. He was older than any Elder Druid before him. So he was... he was represented in that. Okay. He was represented in that, but not as a legend. Oops, I should... Not as a legend. Or is it the modern one? No, it's still creature, elf druid. So that's him, but he's not legendary. And then he's also mentioned in all of this other cards of Ice Age. Cool. Yeah, Chubtoad. What's the rhyme? Chubtoad, run away, or you won't run anymore today. Something like that. It's one of those dark nursery rhymes. So yeah, amazing Richard Keen Ferguson art. Just beautiful art. I always loved his stuff. Look at that epic staff. He's got 2 epic staffs. Staffs. I am older than any Elder Druid before me, and still no child has been born with the mark to take my place. When will the wheel turn? So you pay a ton of mana to untap an artifact, creature, or land. Amazing art. Alright, well, let's get back to some gameplay, and then we have another cracker pack for later today, and a little bit more comic talk. Back to the game. Chubto, that door, run away quick or you run no more. Exactly. So, I guess the cat did behave himself. He just got onto my other chair. Okay, so I just made a brand new deck, Svella. I probably am going to remake it because I started it off as the mono green deck, that Kolga deck, and then I just added red to it. As a matter of fact, when I first started playing this deck, I thought, why am I losing? And I realized I never added any mountains, because it started as a mono green and I made it red green, but I never added any mountains. Ooh, look, there's Turgid. Let's see if they will be able to make their Turgid happen. So the point of this, I guess it's not extremely as tribal as it could be yet, because we have a troll warrior. I guess if I focused on trolls and warriors, it would be more on brand. And the point of this is just to make a huge amount of icy manoliths. And then to do her ability, which is to, obviously on a mono black deck my commander is going to get murdered right away, but since I'll be able to bring it back more often than not, I can live with it getting murdered or sacrificed. That way they will use their cards up by the time I want to do something meaningful. See? Obvious. Okay, so the next turn I can cultivate just to get more. Oh, I can bring one of those in. Actually, that'll be better to bring that in, because then if that dies, it'll just kind of come back to life like recycled. Have to read it properly, however. When this dies, if it was a creature, it comes back as an aura. Attach it to one of your forests, and the forest, and then the forest, adds double green. Okay, so okay, so they probably will bring their Turgid out next time if they're greedy, and then I can ram through, but they can probably... oh, Crystalline Giant, okay. And Steward, okay. As long as it doesn't get hexproof, because destroy target artifact. Then that'll deal 3, and that's a 5. Well, the whole point was to make manoliths, but I want to hold on to that ram through. Okay. Clack Bridge, that's fine. Go ahead and attack if you want. They're like, what? They didn't block my 8/8? That was a mistake. I didn't want to attack with those freaking goats. Well, I guess... Do I want to take 8? Sure. Okay, so the idea is about getting a ton of mana is that then I can also do fun stuff with Phylath. Let's see if they fall for this. They're not going to block this. Just like I said. Okay, so pass all of that. Bring in a bunch of things. They attack with their 8/8. I guess I can snow. Bite snow. They haven't brought in their commander yet. I guess what they're going to do is bring it in as the lantern and then cause me to lose stuff. They have one card left in hand, so this is probably going to be their sacrifice a thing. Yeah, if I sacrifice a goat, nothing will happen there. And they didn't attack. Okay, there we go. Okay, this is the end game. Attack with everything, including goats and plants. Alright, so they're going to block my commander. Who cares off of that? Okay. All right. Okay. So here we go. So I can pay double snow and give that a +2 and indestructible. And then okay, so definitely I don't need to do okay, so for 8 damage will go through. Okay, this can be actually kind of interesting here. Okay, let me weaken Turgid. That'll do 3 damage. Okay, then I will ram through my creature into their Turgid. And then that's a complete trample damage of 4 plus my unblocked plant. Like that. All right, that took a lot of planning on that final, because as I saw that math right there, they were going to have 1 life left. They were going to have 1 life left because the only things that were unblocked were my troll and my plant. That would have been 8 damage, and they had no. That would have killed him anyway. I guess I overdid it, which is fine. But then the final here about that ram through has trample damage, so that guaranteed some damage went through. Alright, that went well. You were playing Magic with the kids and you pulled off the Underworld Abyss combo. It was a 3-way game. You killed one of them and drew the Abyss card next turn and killed the other. That's cool. So it was a regular 60 card deck. Underworld, you Underworld abyssed them both. Now, when you beat them that epically, do you ever give them any sort of consolation and say, you know, all you need to do is practice for 20 more years and you might be able to take me on? I probably asked it before, but Mark, did you... What were your ages of playing Magic? You know, I always talk about how I played originally from 95 to 99 and then stopped until 2017, and then I've been playing since then. And I remember, Stevie, you were saying the Grizzly Bear deck was one of your early decks, and Dark Lord, everyone that's still hanging out. What's been your Magic history? When did you start? Did you take any breaks? Did you... Did you play non-stop? Okay, so this is a graveyard-focused deck with a bunch of mutate. I know I've got Tormod's Crypt in here, only one. I probably have Tormod's Crypt. I put him in all my decks now because everyone plays with graveyard stuff. You started playing in Revised. I believe I might recall that. And then was it on and off? Was it non-stop? And I probably asked that already, so apologies, but my mind is Swiss cheese sometimes. Double blue, okay. So let's see, so they need to do triple colors. They're only doing blue. Are they going to counter this? No, but they'll probably bounce it back. Or flash enchant it. They'll probably bounce it back. Good old unsummon. No problem, I get to pay it for the exact same cost. We don't need this Hoggy Mob. They're probably going to hold me off a few times very annoyingly until they get all the color. Oops, they missed another land drop. Okay, well, let's see if this isn't a counter spell. Nope, it's another bounce spell. Enter the Royal. Escape to the Royal, whatever it's called. Stern Dismissal. Okay, guess I'll keep putting it back to my hand. I guess check it out there, the algorithm gave them all... You went to tournaments when Kamigawa came out, and you've played ever since. Wow. Never took any... Okay, they're gonna mutate their something. Can that mutate something? Maybe. It's a 6/6. Yeah, let's bring out a Vorinclex. If possible. Or is this going to be the double... Is this going to be the Fairy Road, whatever it's called? 2 mana bounce back. It could be that one fairy that flies in and -3s into my creature. Or hexproof to take all that brunt of damage. Or nothing. Weird. Obviously, okay, there we go. So finally have some black mana. What can you do with that? Bootnipper with Death Touch. Makes sense. Death touch is nice. Still pausing for something, so that's annoying. Okay. So they have double blue on something, but they didn't block it. I mean, they didn't use it last time. They probably would now. Keep looking at that. So that's +3 in hexproof. Fine, I guess it's a thing you could do. They need double green, blue and or black, and 2 more to mutate. Each opponent sacrifices a creature. Sure. Nah, let's do it this way. Then their mutate target will fizzle thusly. And then you bring on a big old scary ape. And then lots of damage there. So, well, the opponent missed all their land drops, and they put up a fight, but we'll see here. Maybe they'll do destroy the whole board. Blood on the snow. That'll save them for a turn. Nope, they're gonna pass. Interesting. Fine. They're good gaming me. Okay, let's give them. Let's see here about. Let's see if they don't concede here. Let me see about getting them down to 1 damage. To give them one more chance. Okay, Wrath of Plumquat, what is your strategy? Alright, well, I guess, I don't know what the opponent's up to. QuestDB. And like, I'm done with this. Okay, well, they got a lot of not great stuff, but... So speaking of vintage magic, I tweeted about this. Thanks for the like on that, Stevie. But I tweeted about on the latest episode of Mark Rosewater's podcast. Thank you. Mark Rosewater's podcast, Drive to Work. He interviewed vintage magic artist Mark Tadine, artist of such cards as Soul Ring, Fireball, Necropotence, Circle of Protection, one of them, Leviathan, Lord of the Pit. We can look up his art right here, actually. So you should all check that out. It was really cool to it was cool to Halvar mono white. Huh. So it was cool to see that. I mean, to listen to that podcast about a vintage artist from back in the day who worked on the very first sets of Magic. I'm trying to look at this in proper order. There's a certain filter to not show reprints. Alright, that's simply a 2/2. That is a whatever, but I've got a broken wing, so sorry about that. I'm going to pull up his art in just a moment, but what I want to do is, how do you not make it show? Use new rarity to find reprint cards printed in a new rarity. I want to avoid reprints. How do I turn off reprints? Is reprint not reprint? Okay, one moment. So I can destroy... What did they choose? Clerics, and that's a god. Okay. Destroy an enchantment and exile. There we go. So is reprint. Reprint is not reprint. I want, oops, that's a good one. That's a good one, but I have a blocker, but they'll probably do some sort of pacifism. Let's give this a shot. They definitely won't block. But it's got vigilance, so we can handle that. Oh man. You're in lockdown level 2, and an idiot didn't isolate 6 more cases. Uh-oh. What does level 2 entail? So we have these tiers of colors in California. Purple tier is one of the high tiers, the highest tier, I believe, and we're on that one. All right, so I'm not going to be able to get rid of that flyer. Oops, they foretold something. Yep, I'm dead, so... Two turns. They probably have like some effect to give the final 2 points of damage, or it might be that one axe. It's a luminous broodmoth. Okay, well, that is extremely difficult to get out of, so... What do I need to do here? Now just let it go. This is not really... I can't get out of this at the moment. I was missing some land drops. Here we go, not reprint. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to show here, not reprint. That's obvious. Reprint. Okay, this is what I wanted. Okay, let's take a little side detour right here for some art. So Mark Tedin was one of the original artists of Magic, and here are his cards starting from the beginning. So Circle of Protection Red. That was one of the ones that I had very few of when I played back starting at 4th edition. We had a lot of, my brother and I had a lot of Circle of Protection Black and Green. Those are the ones I remember that I would see all the time in our collection. I don't remember seeing very many Circles of Protections Reds. Brain Geyser and Time Twister, of course, are very powerful cards. So it's not so bad. It's back to wearing masks and social distancing. Next level up would be schools and fast food places closed. Level 4, nobody is allowed off their property. Yes, we're using numbers and we're using colors, which of course is dumb because, okay, red tier is red tier, but then purple tier is worse. So isn't red often worse? So I don't know. The US is doing it, or California is doing it with colors instead of numbers. So good old Chaos Orb by that artist, as well as Fireball. Wall of Wood, I always love that there was like the eyes of a little creature down there. Lord of the Pit, amazing classic art. On the podcast, he had mentioned about this weird symbol at the top, and he was saying that some of the art he was going to do for Magic was going to be for a different game, because Wizards of the Coast, before they worked with Magic, Richard Garfield, they were publishing other role-playing games, and I forgot the name of it, but there was this other role-playing game that Wizards of the Coast had at that moment, and they had hired Mark and a couple of other, like so Mark Tedin and Mark Poole, Anson Maddox, he said in the podcast, and this Lord of the Pit was going to be art for that other game, but because the schedule of one was different or something, he ended up using the art here for Magic, and this symbol was supposed to be for like the various houses of demons that existed in that other game. So so that's what that cool symbol was back there. Brain Geyser, classic card. Draw X cards or force opponent to draw X cards. Obviously, the ultimate win for that is to force your opponent to deck themselves, but you better be sure you know what you're doing with it. Otherwise, you just draw yourself a bunch of great cards. That card has not been printed in years. It was an Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, Collector's Edition, International Collectors, Revised, Foreign Black Border, Summer Magic, but then they took it out of 4th edition, and then it was only printed online after that. So Summer Magic was going to be 4th edition, but then they took it, then they reprinted it. Chaos Orb. Yeah, Chaos Orb looks like the Cacodemon from Doom. The original Cacodemon right there. Yeah, don't show me one of those new fancy ones. Show me the classic ones. There we go. So, Chaos Orb, Magic, 1993. Doom, published also in 1993. Coincidence? Yes, it is, because they weren't at all... It was parallel thinking, but... Yep, Chaos Orb. What else do we have here? Mana Vault, Never in Your Owl's Disc. Soul Ring. I always liked the art on this. I never understood it, but this art is hilarious and weird and interesting. Let's get a close-up of it. So they broke the sands of time and filled in their own little containers, and they're all happy to do it. I just love the style of these characters. They're so interesting. And then the background colors are very abstract, just, I guess, multifaceted gems or something. So that's good old Time Vault, which is very weird. Time Vault enters the battlefield tapped. Time Vault does not untap during your untap step. If you would begin your turn while Time Vault is tapped, you may skip that turn instead if you do untap Time Vault. Tap, take an extra turn after this one. So if you can use some way to untap an artifact, you can take lots of extra turns. And there's so many ways to do that, such as, well, on a budget, Voltaic Servant. Is it called Voltaic Servant? I know there's Voltaic Key. Voltaic. There's Voltaic Servant, of course, which is totally budget, 10 cents. At the beginning of your end step, untap target artifact. So that's the combo. You have your $2,000 Time Vault, and then you have your 10-cent Voltaic Servant, and you can take an extra turn. That's infinite turns, isn't it? Yeah, that's an infinite turn combo right there. Because you have the Servant in play, you put the Time Vault, it comes in tapped. At the end of your turn, Voltaic untaps it. You hold priority before the end of your turn. You now have an untapped Time Vault. You tap it to take an extra turn, so it comes back to your turn. You do your stuff. Voltaic untaps it at the end again automatically. You take, yeah, that's infinite turns, I think. And there's also good old Voltaic Key. 1 mana, pay 1, untap an artifact. But that one's a few bucks. Not that much. 232 or 102. Ooh, that looks cool. World Championship, which has never been... Oh, that's the original art. Alright, we'll look at a couple more art, then back to the game. Winter Herb, Juzam Jin, classic. Okay, forget Juzam Jin. Aladdin's Lamp. I love that card, and I was always trying to get it to work. It's a terrible card, of course, but it never works. And back then, when they first printed this, no, this is not 55 mana. This is that the number 10 did not fit in the circle, so they had to put 2 5s. But then on the next time they printed it in revised, they could fit the 10. And of course mine is the 4th edition copy. So X, instead of drawing a card from the top of your library, draw X cards, but choose only one to put into your hand. You must shuffle the leftover cards and put them at the bottom of your library. So the modern wording, X and tap. The next time, oh yeah, because it's also a mono artifact. The next time you would draw a card this turn. Instead, look at the top X cards of your library, put all but one of them at the bottom of your library in a random order, then draw a card. X cannot be 0. Why not? Is there some sort of weird broken combo that they had to make that stipulation? And doesn't this mean this is better than... I guess it's the same wording. You would assume in the beginning, instead of drawing a card from the top of your library, you would assume this is from your draw step. But this, because it says, the next time you would draw a card. So if you're about to opt, you play opt, and then you tap Aladdin's Lamp for 10, and opt lets you scry 1. Instead of drawing that 1, you can draw 10 and keep 1. I guess you could do that. If you use more than one lamp effect, the second one will end up replacing the card being drawn with the first one. 2 lamps. The big tech on that, of course, was to use animate artifact on that. Yep, animate artifact. Bring your artifact to life. Its power and toughness are equal to the converted mana cost. So, way too much mana to make your Aladdin's Lamp come to life as a 10/10 creature. But that's how to amuse yourself. Priest of Yawgmoth, amazing art on that. Felden's Cane, love that card. Lifeblood, wow, that card's so extinct, it's never been printed ever. So way back on Legends. What does it do? Enchantment. You gain 1 life point each time one of opponent's mountains becomes that. Oh yeah, back when the colors of the color pie really hated each other. Whenever any mountain an opponent controls becomes tapped, you gain 1 life. So yeah, playing a white deck, have your opponent's mountains give you life. Foolish wizard, as you tap the power of your lofty keep, so grows my strength. That wins the award for the most obvious flavor text ever. Because it is literally, yeah, keep tapping your mountains and my strength grows. And Lifeblood does that. Tap your mountains, I gain life. And that is Malvern Zelionos from Letters. Living Artifact. There's also Living Artifact. That's probably the better. Oh yeah, Living Artifact. For each 1 damage dealt to you, put a Vitality, remove a Vitality, gain a life, use ability only during your upkeep. So make that into a 10/10, and then gain life off of it. Yeah, Lifeblood, I love the art on it. Again, this classic art. The veins, it's like the character has light from the inside, because you can see the teeth inside the cheek, like light inside, and then the veins, plus that cool helmet. Oh, Horror of Horrors, another card that's never been reprinted. That's amazing. Oh, that has been 9th edition, but with less good art. Wait, Simon Bisley did that art? Cool. Simon Bisley is a comic book artist that did Lobo comics. What else did Simon Bisley do? 5 cards, eh? All of them in 9th edition. Sudden Impact. Yeah, that's cool. I'd like to see the history of some things and of artists and stuff. Like Bill Sienkiewicz, also a famous comic artist, did like 2 cards in Magic. They were in alliances, I believe, Phyrexian somethings. And I guess here Simon Bisley did this. Anyway, the Horror of Horrors original art. Sorry, Simon, I like your work, but I like this one better. Horror of Horrors. Enchantment. Allows caster to sacrifice a swamp to regenerate target black creature. Current wording. Sacrifice a swamp is the activated ability. Regenerate target black creature. And a horror of outer darkness after, and dust returneth to dust again. And that's Adam Lindsay Gordon from The Swimmer. Alright, cool. Let's get back to some... You have a set of Anaba pictures. You have a set of Anaba pictures that link. Autocorrect might have... Oh, Psychic Allergy. Looks pretty... Okay, here's the final thing, and then we go back, well, here's 2 things. Here's the final 2 things. Wow, Curse Artifact looks amazing. So Mana Clash, that red card right there that I'm covering actually, this red card right here, Mana Clash, this was the original name of Magic before the final name was chosen. Mana Clash was going to be the name. You and target player each flip a coin. Mana Clash deals 1 damage to any player whose coin comes up tails. Repeat this process until both players' coins come up heads at the same time. In theory, this could kill both of you. It's extremely unlikely, but it could possibly be that none of you ever get both heads, and that out of just complete bad luck, both of you keep getting one tails, one heads, one heads, one tails, over and over and over. Now, obviously, you want to do this if they have 19 and you have 20, just in case the improbable happens of never getting heads. Then you just flip it 20, you just flip it 19 times and you win. And then I think there's some unsets that let you change the order of a flip. Oh, a Nava Shaman head picture that you could put together to make one. A Nava Shaman, that was... Oh, okay, that was during their time when they were doing... Was that from Homelands? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you know, I never realized that these linked. I have them, of course, but I never realized that they're linked. But yeah, this one's holding a little lightning staff, and then this one is saying, yeah, cool lightning staff. So I never realized those connected. I know that a lot of other ones did connect back in the day. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize we were talking about that. I just saw the art, but I didn't realize it was an Abba Shaman. But that's a good memory that they connected. Healing Salve and then Mana Clash just to be safe, right? Okay, here's the last thing I wanted to say. That we'll get back to some gameplay, I swear. Did you know that there is one card in the world of Magic that literally has the word orgy in it? And it is using the alternate definition of what one might normally think of when they think of that word. And that card is this Goblin Hero. And no, it's not like Goblin Hero likes to go to orgies. No, it's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. It is flavor text. They attacked in an orgy of rage and madness, but only one seemed as focused on killing us as in the sheer joy of battle. So there you go. When it was reprinted later, for some reason they didn't use that flavor text anymore. I don't know why, but later on they used different phrasing. When you're a goblin, you don't have to step forward to be a hero. Everyone else just has to step back. So that's pretty amazing art there. Doesn't quite look goblin-ish enough for me. It looks more goat-like. But I love that it's got the dagger with blood and then his other hand and some sort of outfit and spikes. Really, really small horns. So that's before they figured out the full definition. That's before they figured out the full definition of goblins. But yep, now you know something. That's the only Magic card with that term, and it's the alternate definition, which I guess just means a gathering where everyone has fun. Okay, so anyway, let's get back to the gameplay. Been streaming 3.5 hours at the moment. We'll probably go to the 4th hour, so 30 more minutes. It's about to be midnight in 30 minutes, or 0-100 hours. So let's play a little bit more. So Iluna, top of the library shenanigans. Alright, let's see what we can do with this. So I'm never a fan of that commander. I think it's got some great abilities with those 3 colors, so we'll see how this goes. Blue, they did a hello to me. It's foretell. Oh, that's not foretell. Hopefully I get my 3rd mana or I'll be stuck a bit. Might as well get rid of that because it's clearly a mutate target. And I missed the land drop. Amazing! Okay, that was what they wanted to mutate, and I'm missing another land drop, so I can't really compete with that. They have a lot of value with their mutate creatures. They built a good mutate deck if they use that mutate commander, so that it's going to be way too much of an uphill battle. Let's try again. I probably also want to retool this deck because it started off as a mono green deck. Another mutate commander, amazing. So I probably want to retool the deck a little bit. And actually, I don't even know if I really love the deck because the big idea is that pay 8 mana, look at the top 4 cards of your library, you may cast any of them for free. So I don't even know if I have the deck properly set up, and I don't even know if that's even a great commander to be playing with, because you pay 8 mana to, I guess the theory is 8 mana to 8 mana to play something that would be worth it. Midnight Clock. Guess we'll go for it. Obviously not a good idea with a commander with black. Kayin 137 is the opponent. When this blocks, chill it out, sure. 2 mana left, 1 is black, so that's probably a cruel, what do you call it? Still pausing, okay. What are they gonna do? Are they gonna foretell something? Instead mutate, fine. Okay, let's see. The big idea is just to ramp. At least they played 2 things in 1 turn. Built a manolith and then... Okay, Broco, that's a 6/6, and mine's a 7/6. Okay, so I would have enough 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if I get my next mana. Jace. Kicked Jace. Fine. So that's a 5 mana. When Titan enters the battlefield, creatures you control get a +1. Fine. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana in total. Alright, they did that out of order. They needed to scry with the token and then draw a card with Jace. They bottomed both. But I guess if you scry both, that does stuff.
Knowledge is a skeleton.
Top to both. Okay. Probably won't attack because then there'll be shields down. If I get 1 more mana, I can summon Kolga and take out that beast. Alright, let's see if we can summon that beast. I mean that Kolga. They still have 1 green mana, so that's probably the 1 protection spell. Not a fog, but a fog-like effect. Or maybe it'll be the +3 my creature. Yeah, they're gonna protect it. Actually, they can tap it and make it do its... They can do its thing. That's what it's pausing for. Fine. Do your thing. And there's a couple of planeswalkers to deal with, but I guess they're not that. I know I use them, so they're more of a distraction. That's what you like about my stream. There's always something different to see, whether it's cards or different gameplay. Cool, thank you for that. I try to be entertaining. Alright, there we go. Got their Brokos. But not mutated. Although they'll probably mutate something onto it. No, the mutate is just about bringing stuff back from the graveyard. Okay. They probably have forgotten about my Tormod's Crypt. So if I attack with Kolga and they send Brokos to the graveyard thinking I'll just bring it back from the graveyard, I can clean out their graveyard and then they will not like that. Okay, 2 mana left for a Malakir when something dies. Sure. Okay, let's see about this. I guess I'm going to force them into blocking, so let's destroy their artifact. I always forget about that, and I love it. Alright, good. Okay, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to say, I'll just cast it from the graveyard. Sure. Watch, if they leave it in the graveyard. If they leave it in the graveyard... No, where did they... They didn't leave it in the graveyard. Okay, right? It's not in the graveyard. Okay, fine. I should have summoned that Ravager first, and then it would have killed the... Giant Wizard, Troll Warrior. Yeah, those don't match. Giant plus Giant. I think I'm getting too fancy. Let's just bring in this huge 7/7. Whenever a creature an opponent control dies... Oh yeah, mine did die. Never mind. I thought, like, why did that get the plus if mine didn't die? Of course it did. So right now they're probably going to strike down Svella, and that'll get even bigger. Who cares? And then I will attack with a huge... Oh, okay, that'll be a flyer. Fine. Scry. Okay, I'm going to bring in the Titan. All my creatures get a +1 when that comes into play. My turn. Good. Okay. Ooh, I can also do Questy B. Yeah, let's do this one. Don't play with this one enough. Everything with trample. Nice. And that seems to be a 14/13 somehow. Amazing Brontodon. And then they would rather take out my commander. Sure. Should probably leave it in the graveyard to fully confuse them. Alright, so if they have removal for that 7/7, that's fine. Then I can summon Questing Beast as a haste. Another mutate, I guess? Okay, mutate onto that, I guess. Will they pull off another mutate? Draw a card, drew a land. One more mutate. Okay, that's going to hit me for a good amount of life. It's already mutated like 5 times. Never mind. Okay. There we go. They saw that next turn I was going to attack with a, whatever that was, 15/15 trample. This is one of these cards that, does it actually exist in real life or not? Because I thought that symbol meant it was an arena-only card. Rampaging Brontodon. Rampaging Brontodon. Let's see, does that card exist in real life? Oh yeah, it's in the M19 gift pack. That one gift pack that everyone hated. That it had some of these functionally unique cards. Like this one never existed anywhere except for that gift pack. It's a 4/4 for 6 with lifelink. When this dies, destroy target creature, and you gain 4 life. And then there was the Immortal Phoenix. I see people play this one on Arena. 6, and then they put it in Core Set 2020. Okay, so this one was good enough to take it out of that failure product, and they put it into a real set, Core 2020. When it dies, return it to the hand. Angler Turtle, that one was never reprinted. It was a 5/7 hex proof, forcing the opponents to attack. Angelic Guardian, I think I've seen this one. Yeah, they reprinted it in Core 20, so people like this one. 6 mana for a 5/5 flying. Whenever one or more creatures you control attacks, they gain indestructible. Yeah, I see people play this one on Arena, definitely. Indestructible creatures are always good. And then this Brontodon was in there, was in Treasure Chest, and then was in Jumpstart, and then Arena. The Jumpstart version is more expensive than the M19 version. Even though you could get that one easier, because you just go to the store and buy that gift pack, Jumpstart, you either have to crack the packs or buy it directly. Okay, let's open, speaking of cards, let's open let's open the last pack that I've got, and we're getting close to the end of the day, so actually I want to show one more comic, and then we'll open the cards. Okay, here's one more comic. Johnny Quest, number 5. So this was published by Comico. People call it Comico. I like to call it Comico. Comico Company. Long extinct, but back in the 80s. And here we have Johnny and Haji and Bandit and the lady of the episode, I guess, of the issue. And this is Dave Stevens' art. Dave Stevens created The Rocketeer and died kind of young, actually. I think in the 90s. So this is one of the ones in this big box of comics that I wanted to get. This is one of the ones that I wanted to get. This is like in mint condition compared to that Alf comic. And it's got a Dave Stevens art. And I love Johnny Quest. And interior art is not by Dave Stevens, it's worse. Sorry, artist. But Dave Stevens was one of the best artists. And he was very good at drawing characters very well, drawing very feminine characters. He actually had a friendship with Betty Page, famous pinup queen of the 50s. And he kind of modeled a lot of the women that he drew on Betty Page. And then later on they became friends. But she was a famous pinup model in the 50s, kind of underground. And so yeah, here we have Jade Incorporated. There were various different artists that did these covers, but I don't have this one, and I wanted to get this cool Dave Stevens art. And I think if some of you youngsters don't quite know about the original Johnny Quest cartoon, you've got to go look up the original Johnny Quest opening theme song. It's one of the best theme songs ever. It's just so good. It's so of its time. This 60s style. How do you even describe it? Like big band, 1960s. lounge act, not quite lounge act, but it's got these great instruments in it. It's got these pounding drums, this really twangy electric guitar, horns, so brass section. So check out that original Johnny Quest opening theme. And the opening title is also epic with all of the adventures that they go on. And of course, Johnny Quest was rebooted several times before. Wasn't there even like a Johnny Quest, like future Johnny Quest? No, I'm thinking of James Bond Jr. That was a cartoon, but the new adventures or the further adventures of Johnny Quest, something like that. You haven't seen Johnny Quest in ages, yeah. I haven't seen the cartoons in a long time, but it's like in my mind enough. Let's look it up for a moment. Johnny Quest. Over on Wikipedia. Again, you can all play the video on your own because it's going to... YouTube won't like it. So it only lasted one season. But then... So there's a media franchise revolves around a boy named Johnny Quest who accompanies his scientist father in extraordinary adventures. The franchise started with a 1964 TV series and has come to include 2 subsequent TV series, 2 television films, and 3 computer games. The original series. Here we go, The New Adventures of Johnny Quest in the mid-80s. Each episode was time compressed and edited to reduce 25. "13 episodes in 86. Here we go, The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. I remember that one. That was in the 90s on Cartoon Network. There was a feature film in the early 90s. Turner planned a Year of Johnny Quest marketing campaign to feature a new TV. Sure. Richard Donner was going to work on that. I guess it fell apart. Zac Efron and The Rock were supposed to be in it in 2009. Robert Rodriguez was going to do a live-action one. And then in 2018, they announced the movie by Chris McKay. What else did Chris McKay do? Robot Chicken. So, a real film has never been made. Plenty of comic books, of course. Gold Key in the 60s. And then Comico, right there in 86. 31 issues. And then there were video games. In 1991, Johnny Quest and Dr. Zin's Underworld for the ZX Spectrum, Amstrad CPC, Commodore 64. So I'm curious about this, Mark. I know that in the UK, there were some personal computers that surpassed like the IBM compatibles, such as the ZX Spectrum. Were there any computers in New Zealand that were like homegrown or imported from across the channel that were the computers of the Southern Hemisphere? Like here, the ZX Spectrum and the Astrid and the Commodore 64, they were way more popular outside the US. And there were like other ones. Acorn computer in the UK, like I said. So kind of curious about that. Just like when we were having our conversation about Weetabix the other day, that like Weetabix isn't really a thing in the US. I think they sell it in some places, but I never really grew up with it until, or really knew much about it until very recently. You would trust Robert Rodriguez to make live adaptations. Robert Rodriguez is cool. It's interesting how he started off with very independent type of movies, very R-rated, art house independent movies, like with El Mariachi, which then was remade as Desperado with Antonio Banderas. And then he did From Dusk Till Dawn with George Clooney and Quentin Tarantino and Salma Hayek. And then he segued into a lot of like kid-friendly stuff. Spy Kids. He did Spy Kids. He did, what was that one? Lava Girl and Gravity Boy, or whatever that one was called. Oh yeah, he worked on Alita, Battle Angel Alita. I didn't know he worked on that, but I knew that I remember that was coming out. Shark Boy and Lava Girl, that's what it was. You wouldn't have a clue, you were never into computers back then. You never saw any computers kind of floating around in the zeitgeist. Alright, let's get back into, let's open the last pack here. After this Johnny Quest here, reminiscing, let's look at the last pack of Magic cards. I like the last one that I opened. Let's see about this one. So there it is again. It didn't... I swear these Japanese ones like open so weird. So weirdly. Giant Ox, 2 mana 0/6, and it can crew a vehicle with its toughness. Fearless Pup, pretty cute art. 1 red, it's a 1/1, it's got first strike. Boast for 3, and it becomes a 3/1 first strike, and the flavor text is "Ooh." Can't really do it justice. I can't really do the high-pitched sounds. Ooh. That was close. Codpiece Cleric, 1 white mana. You get a human cleric. It's a 1/1 with vigilance. When this enters the battlefield, if it was the second spell you cast this turn, put a +1 counter on any creature. So this is part of the multiple spells, the 2 spells per turn deck. The old Apple computers in school that you play Transylvania on, those probably the Apple IIe's or the Apple IIc's or that sort of thing, with the big black and green monochrome display. I think those were the Apple IIe's or the 2's. Cinderheart Giant, 7 mana, Giant Berserker, 7/6, trample, and when it dies it deals 7 damage to damage to opponent at random, to a creature an opponent controls at random. That's completely red, completely chaotic. Wings of the Cosmos, 1 white instant, target creature gets +1/+3 and gains flying, and you untap it. I like the flavor text on this one. The wolf's startled yelp changed quickly to a howl of elation as she soared over her envious packmates. This is another one of these sort of obvious flavor texts, I guess, but a little bit more artistic. And I have a foil one of these, and the foil looks really nice with all the little foily parts of the wings. Raise the Draugr, 2 mana. Choose 1, return a card from your graveyard to the hand, or return 2 if they share a creature type. So 2 elves, 2 zombies, etc. Yeah, I like that flavor text too. Jasper the Sentinel. It's an elf rogue. It's got reach. Tap an untapped creature you control, add 1 mana of any color. It's also a 1/2. Have to keep an eye out. For the moment, the cat woke up and he's eyeing me, so he's probably going to jump on the back of my chair or something, so we'll see. So this taps to tap a creature to give you any color. Bind the monster, 1 blue, enchant a creature. And then it deals damage equal to its power to you, and it doesn't untap. So lock down a creature, but you lose some life. Breakneck Berserker, 3 mana. It's a 3/2 with haste. Dwarf Berserker is one of my favorite flavor texts. Go for the knees. The last giant who tried to get past us got rolled back down the mountain in a dozen pieces. It's one of my favorite flavor texts. Again, this is like the subtle creeping, the subtle encroaching violence in Magic. I'm not complaining or anything. I'm just pointing it out. Now, this is the mental image of this. A giant rolling down a hill in a dozen pieces. Obviously, it's not gory, it's not bloody or anything unless whatever you do in your mind, but just the subtle encroaching violence that we see a little bit more in Magic cards. And the art itself is completely cute, although that guy definitely looks tough. But that sort of flavor text, interesting. Depart the Realm, 2 mana. Return a non-land permanent to the owner's hand, or foretell it for 1. Good shenanigans. I like the art on this one. Rune of Mortality. 2 mana, enchant a creature, draw a card, gives a creature Death Touch. Or enchant your artifact and give the artifact Death Touch. Surtland Frostpire. This is one of the tap lands of Uncommon. Enters tapped. Tap it for red, or later on pay 2 plus blue, and red. Tap it, sacrifice this, scry 2, and then it deals 2 damage to each creature. You can only do it on your turn. So if you run out of things to do later on, you can do a mana sink right here and do extra stuff. So have another uncommon right here. Frost Augur, 1 blue. You get a 1/2 human wizard. Pay a snow and tap it. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow land, you may reveal it, put it into your hand. And if you had a quick eye, you might have already seen the rare, because I got another dual rare. Hey, look at that, it's Tergrid. So I definitely wanted one of these to make a deck, or put it into a deck in real life. 5 mana. We know what this one does. 5 mana, it's a 4/5, it's got Menace. With one of the meanest effects ever in Magic. I'm so surprised about how cool her effect is, even for the basic things. So, whenever an opponent sacrifices a non-token permanent, or discards a permanent card, you may put that card from that graveyard into the battlefield under your control. So when they crack their fetch land, when they play the Revolving Wilds or Fabled Passage, you get to steal it, and you get to play their Evolving Wilds. And when they do something, for example, like a red player that likes to play that one, discard 1 card to draw 2 cards. Well, if they discarded a land or discarded a creature to draw 2 cards, you get that card. So whenever they discard anything, and obviously when you somehow force them to discard, you get to steal all of those permanents. So that's why when I saw this card, I definitely wanted me to make a deck out of it. And this will probably be the next deck video that I put on Arena. You've all seen kind of how the deck plays, but the backside is Tergrid's Lantern. If you're playing in a regular 60 card deck, it's even better, because then you can have 2 of them in the deck, and you can play. You can really mess with the opponent by playing Tergrid, and then your other copy play her Lantern, and the Lantern is simply with a free tap. Target player loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. So you can do that force to discard. And then you can pay 4 mana as many times as you have the mana to untap it and do it again. I was just playing a game of Commander yesterday, and Squid is Geo. I don't think he's here anymore. But when he was here earlier, it was down to me, Geo, and Mason, and I had Tergrid out, her Lantern, that is, and I was getting people's life total down because they didn't want to sacrifice their stuff, and then it got too dangerous because I think Geo had 4 life, and then Mason had, I don't know, 11 or something. And then I made a deal with Geo, hey, let's take out Mason and then we'll see what happens. So we did. We took out Mason, and then it was just me and Geo, and Mason was like, no, don't take Victor's deal. He's gonna take you out. And then Geo's like, no, I have something to take care of him. So So, so Geo did take Mason out, and then I started to do Turgrid's ability, and Geo tried to do the thing that was, yeah, I'll take Victor, I'll take care of him, but it really wasn't a great thing. It was something like tap. I don't remember what it did, but he played something that stopped her tap ability or something. But I had the mana to untap it twice, so he miscalculated a little bit, and I still was able to Turgrid, and I might have finished him off with Turgrid or something else. But sounds familiar, like what happened in our card club. Yeah, something happening just at the very end of things. Underworld Abyss what also works great there because it's well, it's just more of a squeeze play, but this is forcing them to discard. Well, yeah, you can do the Underworld every time they draw. How it all comes together pretty nice. So great, got Turgrid. And then the last card here, this is probably a land. It is the Woodland Chasm. And then the token, ooh, the replicated ring. So I love the art on that. Very sparkly. Add 1 mana of any color. Alright, well, that's 4 hours. I think that's a good place to end. And we have a little guest to end it all. At the moment right here, he woke up and he wants to come, maybe not, wants to come on the stream for a moment. So we'll end here. See, check it out, kitty. I got Turgrid. I got Turgrid, and I'll be able to play a cool deck with her. See, it looks like he's reading it. He's reading it and observing and saying, "Yes, I understand." So yeah, I think everyone at this point we'll wrap things up at this point. And oh, did I ever show you right here his fur, where they had to shave him right here when they sedated him for the operation? I don't know if it's extremely visible, if I can really show it, but there's a little bit of the fur right there. See that? There's like a little chunk of fur missing right there. It's growing back, of course, because they had to shave his little paw right there to administer the IV. It's kind of hard to see, obviously, because he's all white, but he's got a little spot right there. Okay, you can play right there. All right, well, thanks, friends, for everyone coming to hang out, and we'll do it again next time. I'll have more. I most likely will have more Kaldheim boosters to open up, and we'll play some more. Let's see if there's any cool event happening that we can partake in, or if not, we'll do some draft and play some more games and such, and do requests and so forth. So thanks everyone for coming to hang out. Don't forget to check out the YouTube. Watching my videos and once in a while clicking on those ads there will benefit me. And there's also the Patreon down there, patreon.com/vmcombos. There's a bunch of videos coming out all the time. There's some shorts. I just released a short today about a comic that I bought. And other magic shorts coming and so forth. And maybe even some Evil Mage videos and such. Don't forget to ring the bell to be alerted to when the new videos come out. This has been VM Campos. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out. See you again next time. And have a great rest of the weekend.